Okay, it seems like we are live. How's the sound? How's everything, guys? I'll try to silence my computer because the fan is really loud. It's hello. Happy New Year to everyone. Just gonna wait for people to arrive to the stream. Gonna call on the Telegram that we are live already. How to do it? Yeah, I'm just gonna put on Telegram. So today we're gonna review with you, my friends, what happened for the last year. We are live. We are live. And it's good that we are live. So I'm still waiting for. So since we are waiting for people, I'm gonna comment on your questions or your comments. First of all, Happy New Year to everyone. I wish all the happy next year. Hope you all be fine and will be fine. Because every year brings not just happiness, but as we say, not so good events as well as every year. Life is life. Life is never ideal. Happy New Year. Thank you, Georgi. I am here where you are. It's Central European time for me, so 1 hour after New Year. But now it's for UK time they celebrate now. You're the greatest blogger discovered in 2024. Thank you. So thank you so much for this high mark. I honestly don't think the same, but that I'm greatest blogger now. And by the way, today I used we have the slow mode for the chat, but not as usual, like 40 seconds. No, just 5 seconds. I think it's enough. So we'll have more messages and 5 seconds just to avoid the spam. I love the Winnipeg Jets hat. Yeah, and the hat is good. I like it too. Like your poster, yeah. Bert. Yeah, A-10 is probably one of my favorite airplanes if you speak about military aviation in general. Have a similar astronaut like the one you have in the shell. It's a star and galaxy projector. I hope you. Oh no, it's not a projector. It has the moon. That astronaut has the moon, and if I put some power bank to it, it will light like just a bubble. Hi Betsy, Happy New Year to you. Drive drunk. No, never do it. Like I filmed recently the video on my other channel about the drunk driver. It's crazy. I'm gonna wait like for maybe 5 more minutes. Maybe more people will join us. So sad, but so happy to see Ukraine still up. Yeah. Seven hours to go to Idaho, I think. Yeah, it could be a long stream for us today, maybe. We'll see. England. Happy New Year, England. How many Russian refineries left, Dennis? Well, it's reported that they've lost 1/3 of their production capabilities. So roughly 30% gone, rest 65% working. And thank you for support, Tom One. Thank you for membership on all these cells. Hope you had a fantastic Christmas and were able to spend time. Yeah, and now also I spend some time with the family. Greetings to Detroit, Mike. Thank you so much for support. Did you start the new year with champagne? Yeah, I drank like 1/3 of the glass of the champagne. Now I have the beer here, but it's zero alcohol beer, non-alcohol. It says sans alcohol here. Means, yeah, you can see it here. So probably, yeah, we're gonna celebrate with non-alcohol beer. What happens on the front lines these days? Well, you may check it out on every of my videos. Dennis, how useful would the war-trained dogs be in Ukrainian army? I don't know. Like during the Second World War, people used some of the dogs. Soldiers, the dogs, basically suicide dogs. They had like the vest full of TNT, and they had like a stick on from the back. It's like a detonator, like a trigger detector. So then the dog goes under the tank. It exploded, but the tank is gunned by the time. So it's the suicide dog. I don't like this idea. I like dogs, that's why. Yeah, they were like honored later on, but you know, what animals have to do with human conflicts? But they were the case. Like the dogs were trained that under the tank they may find some of the food. Then they were kept in hunger for several days and just released on the front line. So they just understood that the only place where they could get the food is under the tank, and they just went under the German tanks. Millions of horses died in World War I and II. Yeah. We all think like the World War II was also mostly industrial, with using many of the tanks and vehicles, but actually the most popular transport still by the time was the horse. Randy, thank you so much for your kind support. I wonder how we got those stickers with animation. It's nice. By the way, greetings to UK. You're celebrating for 10 minutes already. Love from Canada, greetings to Canada. Germans didn't. Okay. Yeah, Soviets did it with the dogs. How do you deal with the situation in your country? Like, I'm outside the country, I don't need to deal with it. I just maybe go home after everything is over. What do you think will happen to Russian economy after the war? It's hard to say, because we didn't see the end of the war, really. And the Russian economy, it depends on how Russia might be reformed. Will it stay the same Russia as today? Or, I don't know, we'll see. depends on who will be finally victorious. Like, I am sure that Ukraine will stay as Ukraine, and Russia has no future with the current regime they have. So it's like, for Soviet Union it was impossible to stay forever. The same goes for Russia. Yes, would be a good idea to send a flying gift to the propagandist buildings. The film this statement of violence. I didn't get the question. Will Ukraine accept the peace treaty with Russia? Depends on what kind of the peace treaty. Russia is not accepting any sort of the peace. They want to conquer more of the Ukrainian territory. They think next Belarusian election will be fair? No. Yeah, by the way, this year already, in 2025, they will have the elections. Once in 5 years they have. Some countries want to end this war to start trading with Russia again. In this case, its economy may grow up. Yeah, I agree. It also could be the way. Just waiting, maybe some more viewers will join. But people now celebrating with their families. Why should they join me? Anyways. Is blue your favorite color? Probably, yeah. Color of the sky. Ukraine is getting smaller every day. No, Ukraine stays the same every day. I mean, what Russia gets, the territories, is what they get. They cannot hold it for. They're unable to hold it forever. So Ukraine will stay Ukraine. It's not getting smaller. It's not getting bigger. Officially, it's Ukraine. Even Crimea is Ukraine. It's just a matter of time. Then it returns back. So, if you would like to think so, think that Ukraine is getting smaller. Did he always want to be a pilot? Yeah, always. Guess I'll go to the toilet for a while because I drank some of the water, Coca-Cola. Just come back in a couple of minutes, alright? Whew. Oops. Where's Dennis went? To the toilet, I told you. That's a quick one, yeah. Yes, it's pretty awesome. He seems to have his head on right. Yeah. Alan, thank you for joining membership. Yeah, I guess maybe one more minute and we're gonna discuss with you what happened during the 2024. Don't forget to flush, yeah, obviously. Will the war end in 2025? No. Any updates on Suja? Like what in Suja? It's still controlled by Ukraine, so nothing extraordinary there. The thing Ukraine has the resources to go on large offensive operations. Russia claims that Ukraine has the resources, but I don't think so. Kosher Dennis, yeah, it's Motorhead. We have a local shop here, and so far from what I bought, I like the shirt the most. I mean, the quality and everything. Probably I'll order one more. Going to talk about China plane. China plane? What kind of the China plane? Dennis, do you have... Oh, okay. Hello, assume it's the new year out there, yeah. Dennis, are you a citizen yet? No. I'm Ukrainian citizen. Oh, we have the confirmation, so I'm gonna show you. An internet flight or something. Russians shared this picture on the internet, and it's the first registered shutdown of the air target by the drone boat in the human history. So it happened today. We have the confirmation about it. Like 1 month ago, there were some of the turrets mounted on Ukrainian drones, machine guns basically, and then the helicopters were flying around trying to hit the drones. Our guys, like operators of the weapons on the drones, they tried to hit helicopters. There was the video like that, but we hadn't had any evidence that some of the helicopters sustained damages or something. But today we have the video, and probably after the stream I'm gonna record the video about this stuff, how successful it was, like yesterday's attack on Russia using the drone boats. So Russia lost one helicopter, it's confirmed, and we also have the information that the other helicopter was damaged. The Manpad missile exploded not far away from it, and it had some of the technical issues but managed to return back. There is also the radio communication interception. So yeah, it was interesting. Have something to film the video about. Especially aviation, it's my topic, you know. Will Crimea be a target of landing operation? Would it be possible with more support? I think it would be possible. Like at the beginning of the last year, I think I filmed the video about the possible Crimean operation, and it's I thought by the time that it is possible, but to conduct it you need more resources. Dennis, have you played Stalker 2 yet? Tank 2? Yeah, I played it, and I regularly play it on my streams. I have the other channel, it's called Captain Danny, and there I stream sometimes this game. Like we have the stream activity of not more than 25 people per stream, but I like to stream even for not many people because I'm bored playing the game just for myself. Then I see you guys need A10 Warhol. I'm not sure if I need this airplane for now. Bix, thank you so much for supporting. Happy New Year from United Kingdom. Here is to 2025 victory. Happy New Year, Bix. Stay awesome. Now we have some of the fireworks here, so war will end in the United States thought that Black Sea land on Crimea, China takes Siberia, Russia collapse, only main regions I don't know. Maybe China would like to take Siberia. Oh, Swain, hi. Slava Ukrainian, Heroim Slava, Slava Nazi. Rizdvo Christova. Yeah, thank you, Swain. Swain, honestly, I forgot to call you. I saw your I'm quite busy every evening, and sorry I didn't call you back. It's my fault. Thank you for joining me on the live stream. Dennis, what is your favorite plane? I think I don't have the one. Like, I have several of the planes that I like, but the favorite one, I don't know. From the airplanes I've flown, probably ATR is my favorite. From the aircraft that I've flown, I like gliders more than airplanes in general, because they're sophisticated and you basically have more joy flying glider than the airplane as a pilot. That's for me. Could the Ukraine use more self-propelled hot visors like Paladins? Paladins are now being used on the Ukrainian, not on the Ukrainian front lines, but in Kursk region, from what I understood. And yeah, Ukraine can use more if we'll have more. F-22, the best plane? Maybe, I don't know. From the military, I like this one. From the fighter jets, like just from how it looks from the view, I like F-16. JKOPCTK. Thank you so much for your support. Happy New Year. Greetings to Iowa. The ATR had the infamous sizing issue. Yeah. I know. I have never experienced the one before, but I know. So guys, I'm just gonna go to my channel. How to go to my channel? I think you can see it, right? So as I film videos almost every day, like I decided to make a short review of what I filmed the last year, and maybe I'll try to recall some of the events which happened. Right? Could it be the reason? Could it be the way to review the events happened? Let me just go on the well, the thumbnails are not always tell what is in the video, because I want to create them not like the clickbaits, but maybe too much positive as usual, because you like positive events. But in the video itself, I'm gonna speak about different stuff. So here I started the video. Do you see it or not? I hope that you see. Probably I'll check out on my Twitch, because we're streaming on both of the platforms. Yeah, you can see it. So on the 1st of January 2024, there was the VIP target targeted in Donetsk. Maybe it was some sort of the building for the officers. Again, Russia uses the tactics for the mid waves. They've started to use it even before the beginning of 2024. Yeah, and here I told about how Russians' missile somehow turned and hit Russia itself. This is the Russian losses. Stupid attacks again. The tactics didn't change since that time. Shoigu was lost in Crimea because Ukraine hit with a drone several of the headquarters. Russia tried to assault, I think, by the time we also had the sponsor Atlas VPN, we don't have it anymore. By the way, this sponsor helped me a lot, because it was interesting. So there, Ukraine actually already landed, I guess, across the river to push Russians out from the river in Kherson, across Dnieper. Here, some sort of a small Ukrainian counterattack. By the time elite forces, Krinky, yeah, it was the landing operation in Krinky. Oh my God, so much time had passed since that time. It's crazy. Here, Ukraine tried to counterattack again. Here, Ukraine lost some of the officer, as usual. Heavy losses. Big defeat. That's the defeat of the Russian T-90 tank, as I remember. It was probably hit by the Bradley, probably the famous attack, and the big attack on Yemen. The Houthis start to. It's almost 1 year. Yeah, 1 year since they start to terrorize the ships around. So coalition start to hit infrastructure of Houthis. Also, news Ukraine again went on a counterattack somewhere in the east. Here, I don't know. Oh, maybe this is the Bradley against T-90. Yeah, huge loss for Russia. It's then they lost many of the airplanes per 1 day. Ukraine hit them with, I think, S-200 air defense missile, and Russia also lost A-50 AWACS airplane, and Ilyushin-22 surveillance and command airplane was severely damaged. Hi. Dennis, you should promote Ukraine aid. It could generally help even more than it already does with promotion, because you have such a big audience. You could definitely get more people to donate. It's yes and no. Okay, let's make a break. No, not make a break. Let's review this month. I'm gonna comment about that. Okay. So that army fiasco, it was something. Zelensky again went to United States. So again, it's about the Krinky operation, the start of the Putin collapse. So there were some of the heavy raids really in Bashkortostan. They continued for, I think, 1 week. Ukraine used Western military more on the front lines. Refineries hit, lots of them. Real situation in Avdiivka. I always tell about how it goes, this real situation. Whether it's good or not, I always tell. Oil port, the big oil port in Russia was hit. Also interesting. Update also news from the south. Ukraine kicks elite Russian forces. Near Robotyne. Yeah. Ukraine tried to defend the settlement for a very, very long time. So the battles for Robotyne continue like for months. Putin's big mistake of Avdiivka. I thought that it could be a big mistake, but I was wrong. So actually Russia advanced to Avdiivka using very, very short, narrow corridors. So it was actually Ukraine got the chance to cut this attack, but somehow it didn't do it. So I thought it was the mistake, but really it wasn't actually. Who did it? Again, we spoke about AWACS airplane, Russian Ilyushin-76, and Russians still say that they've shut down their own airplane. Update Ukraine. It's the southern front lines. Don't remember what it was there. Zombie attack. So Russia used one of the big convoys again in Avdiivka. So they, since the last year, just imagine the losses they had. Like it's crazy. Again, one more Russian convoy in Avdiivka. Tabaivka, Ukrainian counterattack. The Ukraine tried to cut the Russian army, but it didn't happen. In Avdiivka, Russians were stopped. Yeah, sometimes they were stopped, sometimes not. But in general, they move, like we already know. Ukraine hit Belbek airport in Crimea, and here we passed 1 month of the last year. Probably we're gonna speak, gonna answer some of the questions or comments, I think. So about donations. Guys. I call, like, if you would like to support channel, you can do it here. Oh, by the way, we have the support from Walter. Thank you so much for your generosity. It's huge. Happy New Year from Belton, Texas. Nice. South Korea, medically retired ATP Embraer 145. Okay, so your pilot here, 550 West Point class of 1982. Thank you, Walter. Thank you for your support. About support of Ukraine, I think if you want, you can do it. There are known funds out there, so you can do it if you want. Like, I don't want to be one more mediator. Also, Jake Bro, if you want, like, to buy, to take part in buying the vehicles, I may suggest you Jake Bro. So he regularly has donation programs with NAFO, so you can join if you want. I don't want to be connected in anything of that, because first of all, I got a not so good experience at the beginning of the war. And I don't want for people like to speculate about the donations that I collect. I want to be clear out of that. So you know where to donate if you want to. You'll find out. So yeah, I'm just raising awareness about Ukraine in general. Because people will speculate, okay, he's like getting money from donations, he's bastard. I don't want those talks. That's why I'm honest. Like, if you want to support my job, like, I still have some issues with YouTube monetization. So if you want, like, on this channel, so if you want, you can support me. YouTube, like, I think it happened like 3 months ago. They put my videos to invalid traffic, and they, like, monetization went down. Invalid traffic is traffic from the bots. Well, at least I connected with that because it started after that message from YouTube. But I'm not complaining, like, everything is enough. I have enough funds to live. I think you're doing some good. Yeah, like, what I do is what I do. I cannot judge myself. You know better. Why so sad mood? I don't know. Yeah, I should be more positive. Yeah. I just woke up at 9 p.m. Maybe still sleepy. Since you're not in the air phase flying them F-16, do you think you can do it? From the medical perspective, I think I need to lose some weight. From my mind perspective, I could fly them. But again, it's not working like that in Ukraine. Like, if I go to Ukraine and say, oh, I want to fly F-16, no. The system is bad. It requires reform. They do not count your previous experience. Like, we have pilots with good knowledge of English, with good experience in aircraft, aviation, piloting experience, and those guys were sent to fight in the trenches. That's just for you to understand how difficult it is in Ukraine in general. And if you are not officer, you'll not be a pilot. I'm not officer. I will be sent to trenches as well as a soldier. The system is fucking Soviet. maybe I would like maybe it was like the option for me to fly, but in Ukrainian army it doesn't exist. For me, it is more realistic to become fighter pilot in the United States than in Ukraine. But again, I'm already old. I'm 37 years old. So no one would train me for that. I love your bird sound. Yeah. Alhamis, thank you for joining the membership. Are you in UK, Dennis? No. Can't take any Benadryl tonight. I owe Hartman money. I don't want to see him. Okay. Dennis, is there a story behind your Winnipeg Jets? Yeah, just in general, like hockey, how the sport really is. I like NHL. I also like basketball, maybe in the same way. So the Winnipeg Jets, they are very successful this year. So I don't watch like games all the time because I still don't have enough free time. So I'd better spend it for my family than for the game. But sometimes, at least partially, I watch. And I saw their hat in one of the shops. I just went to buy some of the skis. I saw their hat for sale and I decided to buy it. And also, why? Because they have, on the 2nd of January, they'll have, so tomorrow, they'll have the match with, I think, Ducks. And it will be the Ukrainian heritage game dedicated to Ukraine. So it's good that they support Ukraine. So I decided to buy it. What's wrong with trenches? What's wrong with trenches is because if you have like aviation experience, you're more useful there. Nothing is wrong with trenches. You wouldn't last there for a long time. That's what I say. Swain, thank you so much. Ohms, let's go 2025, no regrets. Yeah, Superfish, get a beer on me. I've been watching since the start. Make love, not war. Fudge the rich, fudge Putin, good luck. Superfishing, thank you so much. Fish fry. And Swain, best 2025. Love your birthday, Dennis. Keep up good work. To you. Love from Norway. Awesome, Swain. Thank you so much. Again, sorry that I didn't call you. Kisson from Twitch. Where's your family? With me now, but in different room. They will sleep soon. Do you know Mark Takak's YouTube channel? No, I didn't know it. So maybe we're gonna go to other videos. So there was the strike on Crimea, then Russia lost the small rocket ship. It was hit by the boat. Yeah. Later on there was one more strike on the Russian facility. Allegedly the Russian general, not allegedly, but the Russian general lost his life. There was the Ukrainian counterattack in Klishivka. Still there are battles ongoing for that settlement, even now, after 1 year. What else? Russian army was crushed in Avdiivka. Yeah, they always crush, but they continue to put more people all the time. And we discussed with you how they advance in Avdiivka, so all of that there. ICBM factory in Izhevsk was hit by Ukrainian drone. Iron General Zaluzhny dismissed. Oh, it happened at the beginning of the last year. And I still don't support that decision done by Zelensky. I don't think that Syrskyi is a good commander compared to Zaluzhny. Zaluzhny also did his mistakes by the time, but if there was Zaluzhny, Kiev would be occupied, I think, like that. It's my personal opinion. This is Vuhledar. Russia advanced to Vuhledar. One of their advancements, they lost lots of the troops, and there was also the attack. Then they retreated from the place, and it was the big friendly fire. They lost like at least 500 personnel. Betrayal. Russians started to receive many more Starlinks. Why the third countries? I know that they ship antennas via some of the countries in like Emirates. At least it was reported initially like that, and Ukraine does the same. So I received my Starlink via Poland also, and it wasn't on my name initially, so I had to relog in. So it's the usual practice, like you receive already activated Starlink, and actually it's kind of, later on I understand that it's kind of hard to track what Starlink Russians use, what Starlinks Ukrainians use, especially then you're very close together on the front line. So that's why it's kind of difficult to switch off particular Starlink to make sure that it's Russian or not. So Starlink actually is working to do it, still working. Some of the counterattack again, denazificator. Oh, this video got decent amount of the views. So Russians like to show in their propaganda tattoos on some of the Ukrainian soldiers, like those Nazi tattoos, but they have the same, like there are Nazis in every sort of the country. There are lots of the Nazis still in Germany, by the way. People who support this ideology, even those who have some of the tattoos close to that. So you cannot get rid of those people completely in any sort of the country. Remember also United States, how they sometimes march there. So yeah, you can start denazification in every country. Like Russia has this option. But inside Russia, there are more people like that because simply they have more population, and the Russian propaganda, they feed Russians with this inhumane ideology in general, the hatred towards the other people, chauvinism, and they support that. That's why many of the soldiers in Russia, they are open Nazis, including what's the name of the battalion? Española and Rusic, yeah, 2 battalions with open Nazis. So not just in Ukraine, like initially, for example, Azov Brigade was formed from football hooligans, and there was some sort of there were Nazis. Like we cannot get rid of that. Not just by the football hooligans, but also some other people. But there were also football hooligans who were coming from this underground movement, hooligan skinheads by the time. I think if you live in UK, you know that story of that movement. And yeah, some of them still had like old tattoos with that swastika and so on. Yeah, you can say, but they are not Nazis. They're also, now Azov is reformed, there are lots of the Jews even serving in the battalion. What was that? Krinky. Okay, Krinky. Ukraine put the flag, but after all, it was concluded that the operation in Krinky was not, let's say, not good idea. And by the way, about Nazis and Azov Battalion, you may say that okay, tattoos, but the one thing is to have tattoo, like for example, also Russians have, and the other thing is to behave like Nazis. Like there are lots of the communists also in the Russian army who behave even worse than Nazis, and what they did in Bucha, I think even Germans didn't do that stuff like openly. Yeah, Germans also, like, they were fighting against partisans in Ukraine, so if they thought like that the partisans were hiding in some village, they may ask for those to come. If they find out that locals work with partisans, they zero everyone, kids and everyone. So Yeah, the same stuff Russians did, for example, in Bucha. Okay, some of the ship kaboomed. Yeah, Russia lost a few of the ships the last year. One chance only. I'm speaking about, yeah, it's Avdiivka. So Russia attacked from the different side. Azov brigade was sent there to fight, but wasn't able to stop. I've told by the time that it was too late to send them there. And here we see that Russia attacked very fast, and our guys got the order to retreat from Avdiivka. And after Avdiivka fell down, in a few months, Russia started to get more and more territories. Yeah, there was the story about Russian Sukhoi 34 aircraft and how Ukraine shut down many of those. So almost every day there was the story. Then Russia lost many of the airplanes, but that story one day ended because Russia hit the Ukrainian Patriot system, unfortunately. So it's been confirmed that at least 2 or maybe 3, I don't remember, launchers were destroyed by Iskander missile. Again, heavy fights in Avdiivka, and one of the biggest Russian volunteers eliminated himself. What was the name of him? I don't remember. Midway failed. Yeah, many of the Midway failed, but no. -1 more A-50 was recorded. Russia, one more AVAX airplane of Russia went down, and Russia claimed that again it was the friendly fire. Lipid's factory, which produced some of the metal, was hit. Russians trapped in Robotina. Yeah, could be. M1 Abrams unfortunately was hit because it hadn't had any sort of the drone protection on top, like the grill and so on. So unfortunately it was hit. They were hit, and Ukraine had losses. Where was it? I think not far away from Avdiivka, eastern front lines. Yeah. Russia continued to lose many of the airplanes, like here, and Russians were kicked out from some of the area, but again we see that it was temporary. So yeah, it's like that. Occams, thank you so much for supporting. Stanikina Tower. What happened with the Stanikina Tower? Let me check. I didn't see anything. I don't see and didn't see. So far, no information on Telegram channels about the Stanikina Tower. Maybe you said about the in propaganda way. Yeah, there are also the propaganda. Thank you for joining the membership. Luke, thank you so much for your kind support. Beck, thanks for the membership gifts. Gonna go to some of the comments to react. Dennis, what are your predictions for 2025? We're gonna speak about those also on this live stream, but now I want to speak about what happened the last year, and we're gonna speak about future. If you're busy, you can watch this later on, because I'm gonna save the stream. Oh, Jake Bro released the video 50 minutes ago. Nice. So maybe after watching his video, some people will join me, because I know that some of you, like lots of you, watching him. I want to try to find out New York. New Year countdown. Like no official countdown as yet, or maybe we have some live. People are watching, so it's like that now. Manhattan, Times Square. So gonna celebrate all together. What's the time now in New York? I think we have 6 hours difference. And white time. Yeah, it's almost 8, so still 4 hours to go. And then I think there are 3 time zones in the United States. And people are already waiting there. I heard like they're waiting there since morning time. It's crazy. I'll go to... Yeah, 8 p.m. Jake is here. Oh, Jake, hi. Why are you doing this to yourself, Dennis? Lol. I don't know. Just have some free time. I'm gonna celebrate. Like, we have the new year, yeah? Gonna use some beer. It's non-alcohol, again. The first time trying this one. Wow. It's terrible. It's so terrible. It was a bad idea to buy non-alcohol beer. Bah. Now I'll have this taste. No, it's not like a beer even. It's like, wow. It's I cannot compare it with anything I tasted before. But I bought like 4 of those to sit with you today, but it was a bad idea. Don't drink and fly, yeah. Why drink alcohol beer, friend? I don't know. Like I tried today the champagne and I didn't like it. Oh no, the champagne was much better than this one. So I decided maybe non-alcohol beer will be an option, but it's disgusting. I'm in Dallas, Texas, Central Time Zone, UTC -6. Okay. Holmes, thank you so much for your kind support. Drone attack on a Stanton Tower 2025. A UAP. I don't see this information coming. Like, it's empty on Telegram. Like, the latest one we have that in Kursk Oblast there is the rain, so Russian Federation. Genichinsk, the Russians reported about the group of Ukrainian drone boats. Belgorod Oblast, some sort of the drones. Orolska Oblast drones. Belgorod drones. Morozovsk, Rostov Oblast drones. So Ukraine decided to greet Russians with a new year. Now there is also blackout in Russia, in Kostroma.
Новогодний блокаут Давыдовском. Кострома. Замечательно. может начать при помощи
So the guy say that in Kostroma it's blackout. We can celebrate New Year with a candle, but probably in Kremlin they have electricity. Happy New Year, Dennis and family and fellow YouTubers. God bless you all and stay safe. Yeah, you too, Lazy. I think we're gonna continue with a report like we go through each month. We finish with February, and it's March, already getting more warmer. So Russia continued to lose aircraft. Here they lost 2 of those. And what is this? Convoys were ambushed, but where? Okay, somewhere. Again, many of the aircraft were lost. It's crazy what's crazy. The most heavy losses in Russia since the start of the war. Yet, I remember this one. They sent more than 50 of the vehicles. Again, Russia lost aircraft. Russia allegedly lost the modern ship. Kerch breach. There was the strike, but not in a Kerch. I think it was in Feodosia, or maybe close to the Kerch breach. Ukraine hit one of the ships. So beginning of the year was crazy for Russians. Update from the front lines. Something big happened. Losses again. He tells Ukraine to surrender. Yeah, Pope Francis, as usual. Peace for not nothing, but peace for Russia is. So Ukraine should surrender. Ukraine trapped that army in Robotyne. Yeah, the part of their forces by the time were trapped. There was the ship which Russians used not far away from Grinky that was kaputted. Russian Kabun Russia 2 or Sparks. There was the attack from the Russian, I call them opposition forces. Russian Volunteer Corps Legion of Freedom, so they start their attacks in Kursk or Belgrade, I don't remember. Ukraine sent some more drones to hit Russian oil refineries. Macron started to speak about no red lines policy and how France might send some of the forces potentially in Ukraine. Here, Avdiivka was taken and Russia continued with their plans. By the way, they occupied all of those territories and moved even further. Real game changer, Ukraine with one of the most massive drone attacks on Russian infrastructure. Russian tanks were stopped in Ukraine. Russian tanks were stopped. Czech Republic came out with initiative to support Ukraine, but the time Congress still didn't vote for the military help. That's why I call this guy Zero and here Hero, Czech president. And actually Czech Republic did a lot for supporting Ukraine this year. I don't know how Ukraine would have even enough artillery shells without this Czech initiative. So actually, this one really helped a lot. So Czech Republic, thank you so much for it. I know that Czech Republic is not that huge geopolitical player, but they consolidated our allies and they helped Ukraine a lot this year. Big evacuation. Yeah, Russia partially started the evacuation because freedom or opposition forces, they started the attack on Belgrade. Russia continued with their stupid attacks as they do right now. Russia bombed their own center in attempt to push back Russian Volunteer Corps. They bombed their own places. Yeah. Crocus City Hall, you probably remember this. It's all Ukraine. Yeah, Russia continued to blame Ukraine for organizing that, even though we have the evidence that it wasn't Ukraine, it was ISIS. Ukraine continue attacks on Sevastopol. It happens regularly, as it happened, by the way, yesterday. So no changes here. Ukraine hit some of the Russian ships and the Russian submarine, I guess, that were in the maintenance in one of the Sevastopol docks. And not long time after, Ukraine hit one of the it wasn't the ship. I was just speaking about this ship in this video, but here it was the strike on Simferopol military airfield. Russian big spy ship was hit in Sevastopol. Yeah, ship. So 3 videos mainly about the ship. Ukraine continued to get the ground under control. Russians tried to repel Ukrainians and push them to the river, but Ukraine sent more reinforcements, and the Russians actually also lost lots of the vehicles there. But as I tell you again, it was confirmed that this operation was a failure. Russia kills its own air force. Yes, it's been confirmed that near Sevastopol, Russia shot down one of their, I think, Sukhoi 35 airplane, or maybe it was Sukhoi 27. I don't remember. Here, USA calls Ukraine to stop attacks on Russian oil refineries. I remember I came out with this one. Elon Musk started his own rhetorics that Ukraine should give up its territories to Russia to finish this local conflict, but in fact it's the much bigger conflict. It's between basically Western democracies and totalitarianism dictatorship which we have. So it was the end of March. Quite active, I would say, March was by the time. And now let's check out your questions. Or maybe your comments. Han Logics, yeah. Gonna check, maybe we had some chats. Maybe we should ban some bots, Russian bots. Yeah, obviously. What is your New Year's resolution? I don't know. I'm gonna go to it. The West is making stuff, yeah. Happy New Year from France. Thank you. I hope 2025 gonna be the end of Putin. Yeah, I also hope like that. Dennis, will you take us to Zurich airport for plane spotting? I think I can do it. I'll film the video about it. They have 2 of the major spotting spots in Zurich. So one is just on the roof of the terminal building, and the other one you basically go with a train to other terminal, and there is the special spot very close to the runway. Have you watched Zelensky's New Year video? No, it's too long. Like 20 minutes. I published the part of it, then he showed allegedly Ukrainian missiles, but later on it was confirmed that those were not Ukrainian missiles. Those were South Korean missiles. They called Huinmu 2A. Huinmu. What's the name of the missile? It's interesting. So editor put South Korean missiles to Ukrainian video, and we all were surprised. Wow, Ukraine has such a missiles, but actually no. We watch your 20 minutes video all the time. But yeah, thank you so much for it, actually. This calls, thank you. But Zelensky, if it wasn't Zelensky, I understand what he say. Like it's the usual stuff, like every year, blah blah blah. What else can he say? Like usual stuff that he says. So nothing new for me. I expect her. So let people that voted for Trump understand you love them just like we love you. Yeah, I love everyone except Russian soldiers, maybe, and Russian elite. Maybe Ukraine is getting the SK missiles. Maybe. I love not just those who voted for Trump, but those who voted for, I don't know, Orban or Fico. It's their choice. I'm not a hater, like. And Hungarians, they're good. Like, I don't like their government, but Hungarians themselves, they're great, as well as Americans themselves, they're great. Doesn't matter who they vote for. And if they voted for Trump, it was the fair election, and Trump also got the popular vote. It means that something was wrong with the previous system, so people wanted some change, probably. Yeah, they elected Trump. I have my own personal attitude towards Trump. Like, we don't know each other, but I have my personal attitude towards him. I think that he's narcissistic, like, and so on. So I wouldn't vote for him, but if they voted, it's their choice. Like, they live in America. Just America happened to be the country which influences the world. That's why the elections in the United States, they influence not just the United States, but the world. I'll see what happens. It will be unstable. Probably it was one of the greatest political event for the last year, elections in the United States. The hate. Oh yeah. Exit. I think the same for both of those people. Yeah. I don't think he looks like hillbilly. How do you think the latest cash from Kamala Harris may still get a job advising on international affairs? Yeah, I don't think so. There was the time then Donald Trump donated some of the funds for Kamala Harris' campaign, and she was elected in the process for election somewhere, not in the presidential elections, but way before, like years ago. Trump donated some funds for her. There was the fact. I don't remember what was the campaign, but he supported her. 2026 is there an election in Sweden. Oh, nice. But after all, I think the United States will still stay United States no matter who is the president there. So, and we see how Trump, like how his rhetorics before elections and now changes. That okay, it's difficult to negotiate around Ukraine. And the same stuff happened in Ukraine with all of those politicians. Zelensky said that we're gonna finish the war, we're gonna just stop shooting. Previous president of Ukraine, in a matter of hours, I'm gonna stop the war. But no one asks Putin, yeah? The same for Trump, absolutely the same. So Zelensky was sure, okay, we're gonna stop shooting, we're gonna speak with Putin, but Putin needs just for Ukraine to surrender, and he saw like Zelensky as the president who might bring him Ukraine. That's all what he wanted. And actually Putin, if you check out some of the videos of Russian propaganda, they were all against Poroshenko. They all wanted Zelensky to be elected in Ukraine. And then Zelensky was elected. He, after a couple of years, started to provide completely different policy. Hey Dennis, thank you for your energy and positive mind, friend. I hope I'm positive. They think the Russian still aims to take Odessa, and would Ukraine accept? Yeah, Ukraine would get green light. Ukraine will not get the green light to join NATO. It's understandable because many of the NATO countries are strongly against it, and the United States have no absolute influence on those countries. The United States itself against NATO membership of Ukraine and will be against at least for the next 4 years, but we'll see what happens next. Ken, thank you so much for your support of the channel. Happy New Year. Dennis from California. I directly support Ukraine and I'm the AMC command with USF. Thank you, Ken, for your support, and thank you for supporting Ukraine as well. And yeah, Happy New Year to you. Coming year, because in California I guess it will be in roughly 7 hours and 50 minutes. Dennis, will you return to Borispol? Then the war is over. It depends what will happen to Ukraine. All right. What role does Turkey have in future of the conflict? Will they engage? No, they'll try to avoid it. Okay, some of the trolls. Let's continue. So we discussed March, now it's April. Some again Russian attacks. Perfect news, main attack was stopped. Yeah, again my usual videos from the front lines. Shoigu video. And here update, Russia main drone factory and oil refinery was targeted. Yeah, it happened really far away from Ukraine, but where, I don't remember. Kerch Bridge this summer. I was almost sure that Ukraine would strike it. Almost sure, but I was wrong. Because it was the perfect time for Ukraine to get rid of the bridge. What is this update? We all spoke about Mike Johnson and why he was blocking the bill for military support of Ukraine. Big drone strike on the Russian military airport. The Russian Tupolev 95 was damaged. Nuclear plant attacked by Russia, I guess. Yeah. The Russian, what's the two Russian ships burned down? Yeah, it was again the strike of the Ukrainian drone boats on the Russian maintenance ship, I guess, or icecracker, don't remember, and the Russian military ship. Save Russian oil, yeah. Now then Americans start to speak about Ukrainian attacks on Russian oil refinery facilities, that they should be stopped. Attack or counterattack of Ukraine. Towers, Russian towers. Oh yeah, Russians came out with analog of the Towers missile. Again, massive Russian attack. Here, I think Iran failed attack Russians, or Iran's failed attack. I don't remember what happened there. Game changer, it's the Ukrainian update on Neptune missiles, the legendary missiles which were used to attack Moscow ships. So those missiles are now being modernized as the cruise missiles to hit the ground target, and I was thinking maybe they will be used to strike the Kerch Bridge. They could be used for that, but no, Kerch Bridge is still there. The Russian attack on Vuhledar, and Ukraine hit a very expensive radar. What is here? Russia lost many of the S-300 or S-400 air defense systems in Crimea because of the ATACMS strike. So even by the time Ukraine got the permission to use ATACMS, but on its own occupied territory, including Crimea. Fake planes targeted. Oh yeah, there Ukraine used some of them decoy airplanes, and Russia hit them. Luckily, those were decoys by the time. Ukraine shot down the Russian Tupolev Tu-22 M3 and hit S-300 or S-400 systems. Great news, Ukrainian military bill approved in the United States. Sevastopol again was struck by missile, and Russia lost one of their oldest ship. Yeah, which was used for the maintenance. But it was a military ship, and it's hard to find the analog for Russia. Smart move from Ukraine. Again, frontline updates. ATACMS update from Ukraine. USA sends everything. ATACMS delivered. Yeah, Ukraine obtained more ATACMS missiles, but still didn't get the permission. Boom. Ukraine preparing for the strike on Crimea. I was almost, and Russians were sure about it. By the way, they started to construct some of the defense of the breach by the time. USA will stop Russian military support approved. Oh yeah, military support approved again. Some Ukraine received some of the extra packages, and I continue to speak about those news. Ukraine hit one more Russian oil refinery, so Ukraine didn't obey the orders to stop. Liberated. Yeah, Ukraine started the attack on like the neutral territory between Russians and Ukrainians. In Kherson region, there are some of the islands there, and Ukraine took some of the islands under control. And what else? It's Russian victory. It's Russian victory. And Russia continued to break through Ukrainian defense. And definitely it was like the major breakthrough. It happened at the end of April. Then the soil is robust enough to hold the Russian tanks. So I actually think that Russians will hold for a moment during this winter, especially in January, then it's cold. So they may start one more attack maybe in the beginning of spring. I think so. So it was the April, the last year. I hope I switched the camera. If not, sorry. Russia just took Karakhova. I think they took Karakhova like 2 days ago or 3, maybe something like that. There were just a couple of the buildings under Ukrainian control. Oh, Russia also launched their drones on Ukraine. Well, actually, it was the drone attack also during the daytime. So on this New Year Day, Russia started their attack on Ukraine using drones, and Ukraine repelled those. Then Ukraine launched its drone attack on Russia, and now Russia sent some of the drones to Ukraine. We're speaking about roughly 30 of those detected. I'm getting drafted, Alexander. Russian will use human lives. Are you sure? I thought it was illegal in Russia to be gay. Yeah, Brent. Like you can be gay, but don't tell about it. It's basically forbidden in Russia. They may see it as the Russian propaganda. Sorry, not the Russian propaganda, but as LGBT propaganda. And for them, like Islamic fanatics and gay fanatics are the same. They have the same sentence because they put the equality for those like extremism organizations or something like that. Celebrate good times. Come on, happy New Year's. Yeah, Wesley. By the way, I think it was the day before yesterday. Then the Russian. He's not the gay activist. He built his own business on gays. Like he organized the gay tour agency in Russia. So for men who would like, to go somewhere to Thailand with other men, they might book the flights, hotels, all together. Everything was organized by that guy. And Russia arrested him. They put him in a jail, and yesterday he died in a jail. The day before yesterday. But he did nothing. Like he did totally legal business in, which is possible here in Europe or in the United States, and his business was for some time legal in Russia. But since Russia changed their philosophy since the start of the war towards LGBT, they jailed the guy and they kill him. So in Russia, it's absolutely terrible to be some sort of the gay or lesbian. Oh, thank you for 10 memberships. Chase and a good life. Thank you. Ukraine is running out of manpower. What will they do next? Lower mobilization age, probably. That's how they feel about gay people. Why do their soldiers have gay sex? It's the nonsense in Russia, as goes. Sometimes as a punishment. Explain the logic behind it. It's hard to say. In the Russian prisons, they also have the gay sex, but like if you're passive in that sex, you're gay. If you're active, you're not the gay. I don't know. That's Russia. Then there will be another Ukrainian update. I hope after the stream I'll record the video about today's drone attack of Ukraine and how the helicopter was shut down. I'm gonna show this video, explain more details probably. Like it will be the main topic of the video, but we're gonna discuss many of the things which happened for the last 24 hours. They think the Russian might face difficulties where they are currently advancing since there are no defense lines. Ukraine hasn't built them either, and Russia is far from their own defenses. DJ Rico. I think that they will not face difficulties for now. Maybe like if Ukraine would have lots of the support, Ukraine may repel Russians from that. But obviously, Russia should build one more Surovikin line to protect the territories which they conquered. But the aim for Russia is not to build the defense lines right now. They want to gain more territories. That's their goal. How far they might go, well, I think that the next year they will continue to advance. All the previous year, they had the advantage over Ukraine. It's gay to be talking gay all the time. Do you think Azerbaijan will do something against Russia? No. But it depends on the commission which will investigate the crash. It will be confirmed. It's already confirmed by officials, and will be confirmed by investigation that the airplane was shut down over Russia, and the only site which could do it is Russia. There will be something similar to Malaysian Boeing, and Russia will be again prosecuted. Russian officials who gave the order to shut down the airplane. It will be done internationally. Azerbaijan itself, it will not do anything to Russia. But Russia doesn't care on those, courts, commissions. What's the purpose to destroy the cables in Finland? What will Russia achieve? It's like provocation to show that they can do it. That's what I see. Azerbaijan has already demanded compensation and public. Yeah. But Russia is not willing to do it, at least for now. Even Iran said on the third day that they've shut down Ukrainian airplane. They said that, admitted. But Russia, as usual, Russia. Can a foreign buy European defense stocks? Foreigner buy European defense stocks? I know. What's about Switzerland? Will they finally do something? Oh, Marcus, they do a lot to Ukraine. They send generators, they provide one of the best packages for Ukrainian refugees out there in Europe. They apply sanctions as they did recently on Russia. So they do what they can in the limit. Oh, sorry, we have fireworks. In their own limits, because if they have neutrality, they should follow it, right? It's in their constitution, you may say. It's by the law. They cannot avoid being neutral. So I understand Switzerland in this case. They think Azerbaijan will do something. I already answered that. Europe will become stronger even if it takes some time until our arms production returns to its old level. So far, it's not enough. The arms production in Europe is not enough. That's what officials say. Yes, but they stopped those tanks from being delivered, Marcus. I mean Polish tanks or something? The tanks which were sent to Poland and then they were sent to Ukraine. It's their policy, and they're not part of NATO. They're not part of the European Union. They are independent in that. They were not in the First World War, in the Second World War, and do you want them to support Ukraine in a military way? They will not do it. Движуха, yeah, action. I named my dog Zelensky. Shit. Little star. Why not Putin? Why Zelensky? Or Trump? My daughter I bought her, this, the toy, fluffy toy, the big goose. And I called him Donald Duck. And she said, oh, Donald Duck, it's like Donald Trump, so he will be Trump. So my daughter named the big goose Trump. What Ukraine do to boost morale? I think Ukraine do everything not to boost morale, unfortunately. If you will speak about the Ukrainian government and Ukrainian military command. No, dog is bad enough to be named Putin. yeah. No dog is bad enough to be named Putin. Yeah. Maryland, USA, nice. They can try and take Alaska if they really want. Who? Russia? Okay, let them try. I think Trump and Zelensky will get along, both being former TV show stars. Well, Trump is more like business celebrity, and Zelensky is the showman. Arestovich next president? No. Arestovich was asked in the interview whom he believes more, Zelensky or Putin, and he says that Putin he trusts. In Putin he trusts. Do you think that Ukrainians will vote for that guy? I don't think so. Yeah, anytime. Pixel House. Dennis, what? One pilot in the cockpit, what's your opinion? It could be, but not in a close perspective. If you speak about the big jets, commercial jets, it might happen, but not in a nearby future. Like, then I came to aviation, I thought, oh, the aviation, they have the most modern technologies. They have absolutely like technical advancement over other spheres. But in fact, no. In fact, it's opposite. Maybe in military, yes, but in commercial, if they have something like, okay, this is working, this is reliable, maybe partially it is working, don't touch it. It's very hard to change regulations. That's why we still fly Boeing 737, for example, MAX, which originally was designed in even in the late 50s. They tried to think about it in 60s, right? And you had the same switches on the overhead panel. Like, overhead panel didn't change a lot since that time. So yeah, that's the aviation. It's very hard to introduce something new there, to change regulations and so on. Astra Gremlin Amer, thank you so much for your kind support. I'm flying on New Year. So scary from recent. Don't be scared. People just fly a lot this time. New Year, the weather sometimes is not good, so you might have some of the aviation incidents, like more than usual. They were just spread around the media. Influencers like me also tell about those. But in general, like, except of the airplane which was shut down by Russia, like it was the case, and this event with South Korea, the rest of the incidents or accidents, they didn't lead to human life losses. So maybe it's too much over exaggerating. Do you do any flight simulation? Yeah, I have installed the flight simulator, the recent one, Microsoft Flight Simulator, but I tried it, but I'm not the fan of it. So I would like maybe to play some of the shooting game like Stalker 2, maybe PUBG I installed recently. I tried to play it. So I like this stuff more now than just flying an aviation simulator. But Chelly, thank you so much for your comment. Okay, probably we're gonna go to review what is happening, what happened the last year. So what was that? We spoke about April, and let's do it faster because I speak too much about the year, right? So ATACMS, Ukraine launched the ATACMS. Sullivan is not okay with it. Ukraine, again, we were speaking about the great green light for Ukraine to strike ATACMS, but even from that time, it wasn't that. Ukraine sent regularly the drone boats. Sometimes they enter Sevastopol. Ukraine used Aeropract airplane to hit Russian facilities, and nowadays it continued to use it. Again, many strikes on Belbek and Crimea. In the first part of the year, it was terrible for Russia. Drones, almost every day drones. And the Russian airfield was significantly damaged. Russia continued to lose their ships. Now the Senate, or maybe not the Senate, but the House, they spoke about the permission for Ukraine to use ATACMS, that Ukraine is not restricted in that. Again, lots of the stuff kaboomed, including S-300 Sukhoi 25 and the Russian surveillance station. A Russian general lost. Allies may enter. They just started their discussion. We have the video of how the Russian ship was hit, and I started to use the chat GPT. Oh, it happened in May, but it seems like it was yesterday. Massive strike on the Russian airports, massive strike on Russia, massive strike on Russia. So Ukraine mostly uses the long-range weaponry, and the Russia advances on the front lines. What else? Oh. Ukraine fought against the Russian entrance towards Volchansk. So since that time, there was no massive change. So Ukraine repelled Russian forces from Volchansk. Macron said that they will deliver Mirage 2000. Bridge is doomed. I continue to say about the possible kaput of the bridges. Russia lost Sukhoi 57. Brand new airplane. Again, Ukraine hit many of the Russian airplanes. Russian air defense. Ukraine nailed it. Again, military. So Ukraine actually for the last year hit many of the Russian infrastructure objects. And the soldiers, you probably remember how they were trapped in Volchansk also. We have good news about the delivery of the missiles from Romania. About Patriot systems delivery. Also news from Volchansk. Ukraine continued to push Russians there. What is this? Frontline news updates. Here I say about debates. Already by the time I said about Joxit, or how others say it's Jover. So definitely after debates, it was understandable that Joe cannot handle this. Totally ambushed. One of the biggest Russian attacks. They were ambushed. What the major one? Oh, one of the Russian biggest general, and one of the most he is missing because Russia arrested him. He was because of him Russia actually defended south. The biggest strike on some military base. Russia for the first time used their China Gulf cards not for supplies delivery but for advancement, for attacks. The end of the Russian air defense. Again, Russia lost lots of the air defense for the last year. That army kicked out from where? I don't remember. The assassination attempt of Donald Trump, which makes him even more famous. Some news from the front. Russia continue to use even airplanes, airports. Russia forbid their forces to use the phones even on the front lines. Ukraine hit something very close to the Kerch bridge. Ferry, yeah. Russia lost the last year lots of the ferries across the Kerch bridge. So I thought that, okay, if they lose ferries, it means Ukraine is concentrating its efforts to cut the connection, so maybe Kerch Bridge will be kaboom itself, right? But I was wrong, it's still there. So confirmed Russia lost some of the airplanes again and again, even Tupolev 22. Yeah, Russia lost lots of the stuff. Also news: Ukraine obtained F-16s. Ukraine hit the Russian submarine in Sevastopol. What else? And breakthrough in Kursk. So the first video I recorded in the beginning of August, how Chechen battalion Akhmat left. And actually I have the most views for the last year on those kind of the videos. So then Ukraine attacks, it takes the ground. I have nearly 1 million views or something like that, like 900,000, 800,000, 700,000. Then Ukraine gains the ground, and there are some of the good news. Usual news, like in the best case, 500,000 or sometimes 400, as you see. So Ukraine took lots of the territory in Kursk, but after that, it was a very, very calm place. Like it was 1 month, then Ukraine gained the territory, but after it, Ukraine started to lose it. F-16 crash. Yeah, Ukraine lost the airplane. Presumably by Ukrainian air defense itself. Some crazy guy who actually supported Ukraine tried to do something in Trump, the second attempt of the assassination. Ukraine started to hit lots of the Russian ammunition warehouses, how to call them, yeah. Gun in Ukraine. Yeah. So Russia sent everyone, even the how to call those sailors from their air carrier to fight in the trenches. Russia has the only air carrier. And Putin started to bluff with his nuclear weaponry again. Main base hit, and again we return back to the usual news after the Kursk Oblast. Remember how Russia lost its advanced drone. So Russia started to attack, and Ukraine tries to counterattack. But after it, Ukraine started to lose the battle. One-way ticket for North Korean soldiers. We already know that they were deployed to Ukraine. It happened in October. Not in Ukraine, but in Russia, sorry. And Ukraine tried to trap some of the part of the Russian army in the Kursk region. Then Russia started its counterattack against Ukraine, but it didn't help. That operation actually didn't go well for Ukraine. Ukraine started regular attacks on Grozny, Chechnya. What else? Russia suffers with its production because of the economy issues. And Ukraine sent the most capable forces to fight in Kursk, trying to keep the front lines. From the recent news, we already go to 1 month ago. Russia started their massive attack on Ukrainian territory in Kursk, but their attack was repelled. They lost like 30 vehicles per 1 day. Command center of the North Korean army and Russian army was hit also in Kursk by ATACMS and Storm Shadow. It was the first use of Ukraine after permission was granted. ICBM. It is not actually the ICBM. It is Oreshnik. It's the middle-range ballistic missile, which Russia used and continued to frighten with it. It happened at the end of November, and since that time Putin tells every day about Oreshnik. What else? Syria was also a popular topic by the time, especially the video. Ukraine continued to there was the new sign, probably it was the psychological operation or propaganda operation by Ukraine, presenting those vehicles with the squares. And where is here we have the most recent videos. But where's the video about? Yeah, this one. It's over. So 500,000 views I have on this one, and now my views are going down like every day compared to what it was the last year. Sorry, in 2023, the 2024 for my channel was not so good. The views dropped by 2 of the times. It tells, I'm not complaining, guys, but I'm telling you about the general public, how they see Ukraine. So the interest drops. That's what 100% we can see. So maybe you can tell me what are the main events for the last year. I consider the most positive, like for Ukraine, from the tactical and military perspective, it's Kursk operation. From the strategic perspective, it's early to say where this operation is successful. Probably it might be the same as with the Ukrainian counterattack in 2023. Then Ukraine just had losses and didn't achieve its goal. Maybe it might be also something with Kursk, something like that. But with Kursk, I think the part of the objective was reached. Akhmat and the Russian army start the conflict between each other. So, yeah. In general, I think that there are some of the positive moments in Kursk operation. But all of the last year, Russia was prevailing on the front lines. Maybe that's why for my YouTube channel, the last year wasn't really good, because people like to see how Ukraine is winning. They don't like to see how Russia is taking the ground. That's why in 2023 there was the Ukrainian counteroffensive. Ukraine gained some of the ground. We were all like positive about it. But after all, yeah, we may admit that that counterattack failed. It brought lots of the losses. And so the Kursk event is one of the biggest one. Elections in the United States. What else? Maybe from the Russian side, this Oreshnik thing, the escalation, I mean, with almost ICBMs. And also they keep initiative on the front lines. That's what we see. Tyler, thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you. Ari Oliveira, thank you. Is it true that Kurakhove plant has fallen? Let me check. The deep state is currently offline. The website is down. They sometimes have this stuff. Yeah, they had the update from Kurakhove. Yeah, Russians entered the plant. Not sure if they got it under the full control. I can show you. Like here you can see. So yesterday and today, so they went there, and maybe they even took it under control because we have some delay in deep state. What about this area? Like you see, Russia they have the same tactics for the small attacks and for the big attacks. So they advance with the clouds here from two of the sides. They create those kind of the pockets elsewhere, and all it happens with the big pocket here, with the bigger. Probably here also the big pocket here. So yeah. They see the weak spot, they attack. And they go together towards each attack vector goes towards each one of those. So here they turn northbound to the plant. So their goal is obviously to take it under control. I wonder about the Ukrainian army here. but those are just the fields. Maybe they already left this area. So I expect that this part will be left by Ukraine very, very soon. This month in January, 100%. And Russia will reach its goal. They will advance towards Avdiivka, occupying this territory, and they are already very close to Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, as you can see. So yeah, the things are not nice if we speak about the front lines, but even the Russian channels, I'm gonna read it to you. I'm gonna first find those. Russians confirmed that the biggest disaster for them was the Ukrainian attack on the Kursk Oblast, and the Russian defense wasn't organized, and Russia lost lots of the territories and still unable to push Ukrainian forces out. It's I read it from the Russian channels, from their Z patriotic channels. Sometimes they say the things as they are. It was impossible for Russian army to stop the deep breakthrough of Ukrainian army, and without using significant reserves, Ukraine would have achieved its more goals in the Kursk region. And Russia was forced even to call North Koreans for protection. About the Russian army advancement, Russia kept the initiative on the front lines, yes, we understand that, throughout the year, but even compared to the size of Ukraine, the movement on the front lines is very slow from the Russian side. So we're not speaking about the reaching the goals of the special military operation in the nearby future. And moreover, we see that 2025 will be the year of not the peace negotiations, but the failure of the peace negotiations, and Trump will also fail to achieve his result in his peace initiatives, because both of the sides are not determined to finish, are far enough from each other to achieve how to translate this word, consensus maybe, or some points where they may touch in this war. It means that the war will continue, and I agree with it, with this Russian Z channel. So next year will be, or this year already in Europe, it's already this year, it will be the failure of the peace negotiation. So everyone now is speaking about peace, but there will be no peace in at least the next year. There can be no negotiations with evil. There can be no peace with the shadow. Yeah, the problem for Ukraine that, like, Ukraine really has now more problems than Russia. We may admit it. Russia still has economy, ruble is going down and everything, but their economy is still alive for this time, and it will be alive for the next year. And they still have partners to trade with. And the Ukraine relies fully on the Western support. Like, Ukraine has its economy, but it's very small, and it's unable to sustain itself. So without the Western support, it is no go for Ukraine. And now we have, it's under the question whether it will be continued, especially military support. Well, I hope Europe will support Ukraine for the next year and maybe even coming years. Because, again, we don't see the points where the sides may agree on some sort of peace. Russia is determined to occupy Kherson. I think I'll show him. Go to satellite. So Russia wants to take what they lost here in Kherson. About Mykolaiv, maybe they're gonna go there, maybe not, but they try to get Mykolaiv. They want Zaporizhia, the biggest city here. They want to occupy Donetsk Oblast, all of that area. So yeah, Russia has lots of the ambitions in Ukraine, and they will reach those. They want to reach those, sorry, in one of the or the other way. And I think moreover, they started their attack on Kiev at the beginning of the war. It means that they also have the ambition to occupy Kiev. And they started their attack on Kharkiv, and they're presented in the Kharkiv region. But Putin for now doesn't say about that Kharkiv will be annexed or the fake referendum in the Kharkiv Oblast. The true reason for Russia in Ukraine is to occupy Ukraine. That's it. So they want Ukraine to be pro-Russian or Russia. That's their goal. And West seems like doesn't understand that still. They think that it's some sort of the local conflict. Jay, thank you so much for your awesome support. Wishing you blessing 2025. Dennis, thank you, Jay. Same to you. Thanks for your generosity. Stay awesome. I never fled. The United States fled from myself. Here I thought Soviets run with tail between their legs from Afghanistan. Americans also run from Afghanistan. But it was like, you may say about the controlled withdrawal, but it was the withdrawal. It was quite fast. Hope Ukraine will be for Russia the same as Afghanistan was for the Soviet Union. It also triggered the collapse of Soviet Union. I know many in my family went to fight in another war after World War II. In what war? By the way, guys, I want to show you probably, if I have it here, I want to show you today's drone attack. Hope you can see it. Yeah, firstly look at this one. So Ukraine still is able to get more ground in the Kursk region. So Russia before tried to attack using North Koreans as well. They actually went into Ukrainian controlled territory, but recently, like in 2 days, Ukraine regained it. It's nice. It's awesome. And I hope that Ukraine will put more mines here for Russians or North Koreans to move slowly, say, with heavy losses. So we have the good news actually. Okay, where is that video? Okay, here we go with the video. So Russians are using their helicopters in Crimea and also airplanes. So at the very beginning you saw probably the airplane. Yeah, 100% it's the fighter jet. So here probably Sukhoi 30 or Sukhoi 27. But it missed the drone and the drone continued its operation. See, very close they fired towards the drone from the side door of the helicopter. Here's the Mi-8 helicopter. And here we have aiming with the manpad, and the missile flies towards helicopter. It goes. You see some of the traps for the missile, flashes, like they're coming down here, but missile hit the helicopter later on. Yeah, kind of the bad quality, but helicopter went down, you see. Probably you couldn't see it, but it was like that. Here it went down. So it's the first record video of how Ukraine hit those helicopters with a manpad. So Ukraine before tried machine gun, and now 100% it's the manpad, but here it missed the helicopter. It went to the trap. this very high temperature flash that goes from the airplane. I don't remember how to call those, but anyways, so this is the fantastic video. I'm gonna discuss about it in my latest update with maybe more details. Astro Game American, thank you for membership. Clean videos. William, thank you so much for your generosity and your kind support. Happy New Year to you. Edgar Sauka, thank you so much for your generosity and your support. Flares, yeah, flares. Flares. So one of the helicopters was hit and the other one just flown away with some of the damages. But also was hit, yeah. 2 helicopters was hit, one went down and the other went to the base. There is a reason you never flew in Australia. It's far away. My airline didn't fly to that country or continent. Greetings from New Zealand. Glory to Ukraine. Martin, glory to heroes. All Latvians are with Ukraine. Thank you, guys. Greetings to Latvia. Dennis, you seem very unhappy over the months you have lost your spirit. I hope in the coming months you can get your spark and spirit back. That's a short. Yeah, maybe that's why people watch me less, because I'm this sad sometimes. I don't know. It's not about maybe the war in Ukraine, but about my psychometric profile. Sometimes I'm happy, sometimes not. Did you see the final experiment? Yeah, I made a video about it. Not on this channel, but on my other one. Greetings to Philippines. Watching from the USA. I have been watching from the beginning. Good job, Dennis, Ukraine. Steven, thank you so much for watching me. Finding peace, not anger towards fighting for. Kiwi, agree. Then it's time for a break. I'm looking at this beer, which tastes like, I don't know, donkey pee. Donkey pee. I want to drink something, but here in this room I have just this one. And it's the worst non-alcohol beer which I have ever tasted. Yeah, I have alcohol beer as well, but it's in the fridge. I bought it just in case. Maybe I need to take it to drink with you celebrating New Year. Dennis, you didn't have to block me on Telegram for making a comment about saying and you got too long. I don't know. Just write to me on email what was there and we'll see. Astor, thank you. Any plans to go back after the war? Stay where you... I would stay where you are. Not easy get access to where you are. It depends on many factors. Dennis is getting drunk of that beer. No, it's non-alcohol. Martin, greetings to Germany. Real soldiers get drunk too. Oh, it's a very terrible thing, actually. So you're gonna goal ended. Okay, goal ended. That's good. That's the problem for every soldier. Alcohol is liar. It's alcohol. No, it's not. It says sans alcohol. Sans alcohol means no alcohol. No. And your live stream, bro. No, I will continue. We even have more viewers now. Why should I end? That's Laura from Norway. Mark, thank you so much. Greetings to Norway. Jokin, thank you so much for your kind support. You need to get back to fight the Maria, then it will be rebuilt. To flight the Maria. I don't think that it should be rebuilt, honestly. It was built for a particular purpose, to deliver or transport, it's better to say, Soviet shuttle Buran. That's the main purpose of the airplane. Like, it just happened to be that it's the Ukrainian-made airplane, but with the help of also Ukrainian engineering. But from the transport point of view, it's not that good, even compared to Antonov 1-4. Yes, it's the biggest airplane, and there was some special cargo for that one, but it flown not too much compared to Antonov 1-4 Ruslan. So after Ukraine rebuilds all of the villages after the war, after the economy will be fine, after everything of that will be achieved, maybe Ukraine may build similar looking airplane like Antonov 225 Maria, but in general, then your people have nothing to eat sometimes, especially those people who left their homes, who are now occupied, the homes of whom were occupied, they have no place to live, to spend the times to rebuild this airplane for no purpose, just for propaganda. I don't think it's good. So first we need to help people and then engineer aircraft or build those. Big Gold, thank you. Even now I don't understand why Ukraine sent our foreign minister went to Syria to meet with a new government, and he said, okay, Ukraine will send some of the humanitarian help to you. Shit, we need humanitarian help ourselves. Like, I would like to support Syrians if there was no war in Ukraine. Like, even in old times, yes, from the economical point of view, Ukrainians were not okay all the time, but I would support that. But during the war, helping Syria, then you have the war in your own people who were replaced because of the war. They struggle with food, to help with food to others, like to some country which is far, far away. I don't get it. Like, Syrians, they deserve support, obviously, but not from Ukraine. I think so. Because after all, our people really suffer the same. So I don't understand. I don't understand why it happened. Like, why should Ukraine send some of the humanitarian support by the time the humanitarian support is cancelled by the government to some of the part of the people? Hulk, thank you so much. Thanks for your kind support and Happy New Year to you. Syrians aren't going back, and neither are Ukrainians. Comfortable in new countries. I think majority of Ukrainians would answer opposite, like not about coming back, but about comfortability. For everyone, it was more comfortable back home before the war. Syria gets grain, Ukraine gets cash from United Nations for humanitarian aid, not getting full picture. Maybe if it works like that, it would be awesome. Like if there is some exchange for it for the grain, that's awesome. But the main thing, like I know that government like half a year it canceled own humanitarian support for replaced people, and now it like helping just for nothing. It's then you have your own people struggling the same way. For Americans, then they say, okay, we are struggling with some fuel prices, it's better not to support Ukraine, but you are not struggling the same way as Ukrainians, right? So I wouldn't agree on that. It's better not to support Ukrainians from their perspective, but they have the right to think so on their own. But here, Ukraine suffers exactly the same way. War, conflict, food crisis, so on. So, if there is some, as you say, like from the United Nations, if it is sponsored by United Nations, it should go. Like if United Nations pay for it. Haters gonna hate. F them. Let them go mad about it. Who gives a fuck? Agree. Azure Jester. Yeah, I have so many haters. Like wherever you do in your life, whether it's the war channel, whether it's like every sort of the activity, especially if you pump out, right? If people watch you, if you share some of the information, if you have comment section open, there will be always hater. Even if you film about pink ponies, you'll have someone who hates that stuff. Just because there is some percentage of people who just hate, whatever you do. And here in the war topic, obviously, I have lots of the haters. And then I love to see the progress you've made. I'm super proud of you. If nobody has told you yet, I've followed you ever since February 24. Keep doing your slow grain. Sick previous manga. Thank you so much for inspiring, but I don't film the videos since February 24. I started film the videos, I think, from May 2022. So not just from the very beginning. Dennis, Ukraine has only one intelligence service, SBU? No. There is also GUR, military intelligence service, SBU, and I guess that's it. And they sometimes compete between each other. I know why. Why do Americans complain about fuel prices, or fuel is 4 times the price at pump here? Yeah, their fuel is actually very, very cheap. American fuel is cheapest from the developed countries. Like way more cheaper, like 4 times cheaper than here. Yeah, than in Europe as average. I think in the state of Texas, especially because they produce lots of the fuel. But I agree that they should not be high. I would like to have the same price as Americans have for the fuel. It's all like big business. I remember the time then in Ukraine, the gas stations agree between each other to rise the fuel prices. like for nothing. Just okay, let's do it. Let's raise the fuel price to get more income. €2 here in Netherlands. Yeah, same here. €2 per liter. It's like maybe how it's better to calculate in gallons. Roughly $8 per gallon, something like that. Or yeah, $8 per gallon. Do you sleep sometime? Yeah, today I slept like during the daytime, so I woke up at 9 p.m. Don't hate your enemy, it clouds your judgment. It's hard not to hate Russians after what they do sometimes. Like Russian soldiers, I mean, not Russian civilians. The Qatar pipeline may help things in Europe. Yeah, I hope so. I hope that Syria, the project everyone is speaking about, will be achieved. So there will be pipeline from Qatar to Europe, across Syria. So I hope everything is good. Uluma in Denver. Oh, you live in Denver. I like the city. Colorado. So in Europe we have like $8 per gallon. You have 3, you see. Yeah, I thought like 4 times cheaper, but it's a little bit more than 2 times cheaper. Russia has no borders, only fronts. Yeah, and they always say like Russia has no allies. The only ally for Russia is its army and fleet. I wonder why do they separate fleet and army, but I guess it's the same. Yeah, ever going back to the commercial pilot, perhaps I flew one of your flights. I built 737s. Oh, John, it depends. If something goes wrong with my YouTube channel, I'll go fly the airplanes. Colorado is a mile-high city. Colorado, mile-high city, yeah, man. Colorado? Yeah, probably they have also the city of Colorado in Colorado. Gallon is almost 4 liters. Yep, don't forget that. Yep. That's why I say about $8 per gallon here in Europe. Drive by bus and train in Luxembourg. It's for free. Yeah, the public transport. Well, it depends on which European country you live, but sometimes it's even cheaper to get the car and to drive somewhere than to use the public transport. Especially trains are crazy expensive. But they're everywhere. Yeah, you don't really need the car. I think in Europe, if you don't have any sort of the activities, like for skiing, I think it's better to have the car, because in a train it's not very convenient to travel with all this gear. So with the car it's better. But in general, public transport, if you have special pass, like if you buy the pass, if you go to the work every day, working day, you need the special pass, you'll save lots of the money. And yeah, the best variant is the public transport, and it's way cleaner compared to the pictures I saw from the United States public transport, especially in New York. For freedom, it's better to have the car, obviously, yeah. And sometimes, like, Then you take the public transport, you have someone sneezing, coughing around, you can easily be infected by disease. So yeah, car is my choice also. Dead Videos, nice nickname. Thank you so much for keeping us informed these last few years. No matter what anyone says, they are doing the right thing, and what there are people are who support you and Ukraine. Thank you, Dead Videos. Thanks for your inspiration. It's awesome. Astra, thank you again. I pay $2 to say Happy New Year, Mofus. Okay. Happy New Year to you, Astra. Yeah, thank you guys for your generosity, for your support. It really means a lot. Like your comments and your everything. It's great. That what keeps every creator running. Me also. That's the whole Russian chaos. The world will not forget it. Yeah. You can ski, Dennis. Yes, I can ski. I start skiing in Ukraine. We have Carpathian Mountains, also good resort, and it's more expensive than even in Switzerland. It's called Bukavel. It's so expensive, like you cannot even compare it with anything. Because it's the only the high level ski resort we have there, at the same level as in Austria, in Switzerland, in France. Then you have lots of the slides, good infrastructure, and they put the highest price possible. It's crazy. Like maybe Zermatt in Switzerland is more expensive, but it's Zermatt with Matterhorn mountains. So, but their Bukavel, it's so it's better if you have the choice. It's better to go to Austria or Switzerland for skiing in Europe, not to Bukavel. Ukrainians, I know, they rarely go to Bukavel because it's way cheaper to go to Austria. Before the war, it was like that. Happy New Year from Australia. Much love, Dennis. Travis, thank you so much. Happy New Year to you. I wish all the best and hope you'll be fine. Like, all be fine the next year. You'll achieve your result. Michael Kleeman, thank you for your support. Appreciate the genuineness and aviation insights. Thank you, Michael. Mikhail Kilman. Yeah, I hope I spelled your name correctly. Thank you. John, thanks for the membership gifts. We need a legal here. Weed is legal here in Denver. Oh, interesting. I think in California too. Very well. Thank you, Michael. Weed is legal almost everywhere now. It depends on the calls. Like in Ukraine, it became legal, I think, the last year in 2024, but just for medical use. So you need to have the special prescription for particular disease. RTO, thank you so much. I support my Ukrainian family with 1,000 per month. This is why I usually don't send gifts like you money, but you deserve. John, I don't need it. Like, no, like, if you want, if you can, like, but I do not beg for money like some trolls say. No. I'm fine. And what you do, it's just continue to do it. Like, thank you for your generosity supporting some of the Ukrainian families there. It's fantastic. Actually, that's what I do. I have my own friends and some people back in Ukraine whom I support. I don't work with funds any longer. It's the personal stuff, Dennis, could Ukraine build nukes? Do you think it's possible? Yes, I don't think it's possible to build a nuclear bomb from the perspective that there is just depleted uranium. And you need the special tool to make it to be used for, like, you need lots of the new engineering constructions. It's very damn expensive. Iran tries to do it for years, so for Ukraine it's not possible. But as for the dirty bomb, as Russia says, yeah, it is possible, because for that you need just nuclear waste and some of the TNT. Why does not Ukraine use drones to lay a cable across electric power lines to shortcut high tension cables? Interesting question. Maybe it's not the target. Maybe they can replace the equipment after the shortcut very, very fast. I don't know. Maybe it's better to use the drone to hit substations directly, transformers, rectifiers, whatever, because those are much harder to replace. Sorry, I cannot pronounce your nickname. Yeah, greetings to Canada. Thanks. New Year. Happy New Year to you. John, thank you so much. In what country are you in now? I'm sorry I didn't hear it in your videos. I prefer not to say it, even though many people know. I wonder what is happening now in New York. More people gathered. New Year Eve countdown. I wonder if we will see the countdown on this display. They're overexposed. It's really hard to get the proper camera, and the glass, I think it's dirty a little. New York, Manhattan, Times Square. Also, guys, about my forecast for 2025, I forgot to say it. So the main thing, Russia will continue to have the advantage. Ukraine will hold. Trump's deal will fail, or whatever peace deal will fail for the next year at least. Escalation will continue. It will be like that. So nothing really new, mainly for Ukraine and for Russia. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Unfortunately, the morale of Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian army goes down a little by little. Hopefully, Ukrainian government will be able to change it. We need reforms. Griffin B, thank you so much for your generosity and your support. Now we give Ukraine some stealth bombers. No, it's top secret technology used by United States only. Wonder what news we have now. No news. No news. Why no news? Maybe something on X. X. Ah, such a stupid name. Breaking. Romania and Bulgaria just joined the Schengen area, removing all their borders controls with 25 out of 27 European Union states. The only European Union states not in the Schengen area are Cyprus and Ireland. Okay. Oh, Jake Bro came out with a video today. Awesome. I will publish mine probably this morning. I didn't film it yet. We'll see. So the idea is just to stream. Yeah, people celebrating New Eve in Damascus, Syria. Whoa, such a bright. Awesome. They have this huge party actually. Some people are taking things too far with the fireworks in Berlin. Oh yeah, they put some of the fuel to the car and push and light up the fireworks, burning the car. Naples, Italy. New Year. Dubai. I remember I celebrated 2018 in Dubai. Or maybe no, it was 2019. I just had the flight and I stayed there overnight. So we did celebrate. What is your opinion on Ukraine matters? Did you do any collab? He is in Denmark. I don't know. Georgie from Ukrainian Matters. Yeah, I saw a couple of his videos. No, I don't do collabs now. Well, if they ask me, I will do, but I don't have initiative for that. Like the recent collab, I think, was with Operator Starsky. Then he called me to make a stream or something with him, or it was the video. I don't remember. Maybe I should do collabs. I don't know. Collabs, not collapse. Anthony Hopkins is turning 87 today. Such a great actor. A Russian soldier was minus 17 eyesight has been released by Ukrainians as a prisoner of war during the exchange. He doesn't know how he got captured. He never saw them coming. And there is the video.
Какое у вас зрение?
So he said that I have minus 17 and he has like those glasses. Shit. That's the Russian soldier who was imprisoned by Ukraine. I wonder if I can save videos from X, but I will show you in tomorrow's update or today's update. It's crazy. Minus 17. I think it's already a disability. So, and he was serving for the Russian army. Dennis, I can't wait to be able to fly to Ukraine again. The bus and train really sucks. Yeah, and for the train, it's almost impossible to buy tickets. There is a Metallica song called One about an orc who lost all his limbs, hearings and voice. Yeah, you probably tell about the Russian sapper who recently wanted to demine some of the device and touched it for some purpose. I need psychologically related. I need to speak to Danny in person. Why do you scream with your caps lock? Have you watched Dong Staffer's video visiting Ukraine? No. I haven't seen that. Dogs Stan Hopes. I'll Google. Like, not Google, but we're gonna go to YouTube. Here. Oh, I immediately have recommendations for Jake Bro. We can go to the channel. He's a comedian, I guess. Yeah, comedian. No, I didn't see him in Ukraine. I wonder if Charlie's streaming now. That's the YouTuber I watch.
In a game.
Yeah, I have some different tastes. I usually don't watch military YouTubers. I watch entertainment guys like Charlie. Sadly or not, but we have different tastes. Like, I like what he does, and the way he speaks, it's just encouraging. I want to speak like him in term of English. Use that crazy language. It's nice. It's my goal. Hopefully one day achieve it. Why did Donald Trump cross the road to win POTUS? Cross the road? What do you mean? To win POTUS 2024. Donald Trump was apparently more popular politician. Check out Scared Ketchup for a good laugh. Okay. Did you miss flying 737, Dennis? Yeah, you may say so. I miss maybe not flying 737, but my previous life. I miss it, yeah. John Caraballo, thank you so much for your awesome support. He's good, yeah, he's good. The thing is, still keep your airline pilot license up to date. They still keep your... I fly small planes, but my type rating for 737 will expire. Like, I cannot fly it any longer because it expired more than a year ago, but still, in the next 2 years, I have the opportunity to renew it kind of easily. Just several sessions on the flight simulator, like 5 sessions, and I'm good to go. But after 3 years expire from the time I lost the rating, the LPC check, I need to go through the type rating course from the very beginning, and that might cost up to $20,000. So, kind of expensive. So maybe I need to go and make a flight check, simulator skill test and LPC check. License proficiency, it's called LPC. Happy New Year, Jacob. Like what a lot of people think Trump is going to do one good thing, I doubt it, but keep the chin up. Yeah, it's better to stay positive in any case because you cannot influence it any longer. So what we have is what we have. You just need to live, and yeah, it will be as it will be. Are you going to try to become an airline pilot again, William? I can become pilot, but with the YouTube, I spend more time with the family. I work from home. I have the free schedule, let's say, for me personally. I can do the stuff aside from my work, and I like it maybe more if we speak just about the job. Because then you fly in the airline, yes, it's a good thing then you fly, because I like flying, everything is good, but there is tons of the things aside of the flying in the job of the airline pilot. You go through the medical, you don't know whether you passed the simulator check or not. Like, I always time pass it, but you never know. You're always in the state that you need to learn this aviation stuff again and again because there are some of the updates. You lose your previous knowledge if you do not repeat. So you fly day night, night day. You fly, then your daughter has birthday. You fly, as I told you, New Year. There was the case for me. Summertime, you never have a vacation. At least for me, it was like that. So, and your salary is, at least for Ukraine, it wasn't big. Like, it wasn't even the average salary for the airline pilot in the United States. No, it was lower than that. So yeah, and you have also management, you have instructors, and you need to behave accordingly. You need to always be, groomed with a good ironed clothes and other stuff. Here, I just wear this Motorhead shirt. I just wear this head that I like. I don't care. I like my studio. I like everything. So I do the stuff that I like now. I don't have anyone saying me, do this, do that, do this, do that. No. It's more freedom to work for yourself. That's why I will try to avoid going back to the airlines. I still fly. I fly small planes and gliders. Just don't to forget how to fly it. That's it. I think it's a good composition to have your own activity, which you also like filming videos. Maybe I would like to change the topic. I don't like the war in general, so I hope it is over and I will film about something else. Maybe aviation, as I do on my other channel, YouTube. Or I want to go, like, maybe film about some news, like Charlie does on his channel, Penguin Zero. So maybe about different stuff. I feel that it's mine. So YouTube really gives lots of the opportunities. But the topic about the war in Ukraine, then you speak about the war all the time. You check the news about the war all the time. Then it's about your personal country, people whom you know. Sometimes, yeah, it's hard. Do stand up. I'm not a clown. Maybe. So that's why I would like to do what I do. Maybe just, I hope that the war is over and I will change the topic. Maybe it will be the general news channel. Maybe for me it would be interesting to speak about the civil war in the Russian Federation. Wow, that would be inspiring. I would do that. But the war in Ukraine is really like pressing you down, especially then your army is losing the front lines. How hard would it be F-16 trained pilot to learn F-35? Frederick, I think they need training, first of all, a new type rating because it's completely different airplane with different systems. And simulator training, line training, like combat training, they have it. I think maybe half a year maximum. It's maximum. So war in Russia is your next topic. I hope so. Yeah, Mantis, I hope so. Do whatever makes you get happy. Yeah, Martin, I understand. Like in my airline, there was the problem with also with the schedule. Sometimes in different airlines you fly according to the standard roster from your home. Yeah, it was like me, but you might have like 2 flights during the night time. So you go home in the evening, you return early morning, then you do the stuff again, and then you have like several hours rest and you fly in the morning. So, and your body is totally confused where it needs to sleep. So the airline was, for that it wasn't good. Astro, YouTube lets the Sun and TVP English post video of flying flaming chunks of Russians, but not Dennis for chumming. And what causes this? Astra, I could publish everything, like not the very, very, very terrible stuff, but I could publish like the war, all the frontline combat images, but in that case my videos would be restricted for monetization, so I would earn absolutely zero, and it's my full-time job, so I need to earn from YouTube. Even though I have problems with the invalid traffic thing on YouTube, now my monetization and earnings drop by at least 2 of the times, but still I earn and I live from YouTube and also from your support on YouTube, on Patreon. So that's my main income. Sponsors, yes, they help sometimes, but what they help is just small, tiny portion. That's why I avoid to work with many of the sponsors on the channel. Also, that's why I put some sort of the censorship, and also then you have this restriction like yellow dollar sign on your videos. You not only get almost zero monetization, but your videos are not profitable for YouTube and it will not recommend those. So you'll have less views. So actually censorship, we are forced to provide censorship here. All of the military bloggers. If you check Jake Bro, Arthur Rehy, all of us, we nowadays put censorship. And do not show like violent content. Thank you, Larry. Before, like I think 3 years ago or maybe 4, you could put every sort of the stuff, like if it's not naked body images you can still do it, but for educational purposes. But if it's just for porn stuff, you cannot upload that, and it was like that from the very beginning. But in general, like you could upload all the stuff to YouTube and be monetized. But now, no, I think it happened after some sort of the crazy fanatics. They decapitized some hostage, I think, and there was the Coca-Cola advertisement shown below in the recommendations, and it went viral. And Coca-Cola say that it goes off from YouTube, something like that, or Coca, not sure, but the big sponsor, really big, and YouTube, okay, sponsors are leaving us, it's better to change our policy to this sponsor loyalty content, something like that. And then many of the YouTubers, especially those who review like horror games, for example, with stuff, horror stuff, they all were demonetized. Their videos were demonetized. And if you put the real stuff here, oh, I have my Telegram channel for that, so I'm not showing everything on YouTube, but I have the alternate option. I publish the videos which I can find on the front line. Sometimes I publish those on Telegram, but I also do not publish how, for example, Russian soldiers been hit by Ukrainian drones, because you can find tons of those videos on Telegram. But why should you watch this? What's the purpose to check out that content? Like yesterday I saw one of the Russian soldiers was hit by the drone, and he lost half of his face. Like, was mine. So why do you need that? Are you maniac? So that's why I do not post that stuff even on my Telegram. Like for general purpose, yes, there is the Russian convoy. We see it coming from the very far distance from the zoom. Okay, that vehicle kaboomed, kaputted. Yeah, that's it. So Ukraine stopped the Russian assault. You can understand. There is no gore stuff and stuffing. But to see from the close perspective, no, I don't think it's good. And also some of the Russian channels, they share the same videos, but also with the Ukrainian soldiers. And it's hard to watch those. So I don't share it from my side to show. Maybe for someone, who lost their relatives because of Russians, for them it could be pleasant to watch how Russians suffer, but not for me. I think in the future we'll see you on TV more often. I have the other channel. It's called Pilot Blog. Maybe we're gonna try to find it out. Like this channel. There is 1.3 million subscribers, you can see. And here, by the way, is the video that I filmed, retired at 35. I filmed it 1 year ago, how I lost my career. So here, I film about airplanes, and there was the video which went viral 2 days ago, 3.3 million views. It was crazy. Like the most viewed video in such a short term on my channel. If you check out some of the videos, like the popular, it's already the second popular video on my channel. Like the most popular is Pilot Eye, Boeing 737 with 5.4, and this has 3.3 million. It's just my expert opinion on the aircraft Boeing 737 which I flown, which crashed in Korea. And there were some of the journalists which contacted me before from BBC Radio. They called me like many times throughout the day. There will be, if you want to take the part in their on-air interview, I said, okay, we can do it. And they called me several times. We negotiated the time, but they were very late, like almost 1 hour late. And they put me to the air just for 2 minutes. In 2 minutes, you cannot explain that. Like they asked several questions, and they were like not. I saw that the interviewer wasn't really interested in this topic. So I wonder if I should work with others. Like yesterday, I also gave the interview to Canada News or something like that. They were more interested in the topic about this Boeing 737. So we had like 20 with something hours interview, but they will edit it and publish later on their channel. Maybe I'll try to find it if they hadn't published it or published. Oh,
there's over 7.
Oh, where did I have this message yesterday? have tons of the messages, so it's hard to find. Canadian TV media. Global News Canada. So it's like that. Global News Canada. It's their media source. New Year, blah blah blah. I don't know if it's popular or not. I didn't check it out before. No thanks. So they have some crash. South Korea, Boeing crash. Did they say something? No. Do they have more information? No. I don't see my interview. They didn't share it probably. I don't know. Boeing 737, Jeju Air, Jeju Air. December 29th. Legion Chival Station. There is no interview with me so far published. Well, maybe it's published, but I cannot find it. So I wonder if I really should work with media in general, because you're media yourself, you provide your own content. Robert, hi. Did you see Putin's New Year's Eve speech? I don't know, we can check it out if you want. Putin's speech 2025 New Year subs with subtitle subs. Окей.
Уважаемые граждане России, дорогие друзья, буквально через несколько минут
Just 1 minute and 23 seconds.
вступит в свои права новый 2025 год, завершающий первую четверть 21 века.
Calculations, lots of the calculations. The new year 2025 will take the right and will finish the first quarter of the 21st century, something like that.
В России этот период был наполнен многими, в том числе исторически значимыми, масштабными событиями. Мы ставили перед собой большие цели и достигали их. Не раз преодолевали испытания, потому что были вместе.
They lost lots part of their army and they're together. I wonder if you have this kind of the stuff in your countries, like sorry, I'm gonna switch for the camera just to make sure. Yeah, you are able to watch, I guess. So I wonder if you have this stuff in your country. Then every year on the new year, the leader goes and tells, "Okay, the last year was difficult, but we managed to conquer our difficulties. But the new year will be better. We will be prosperous. Our economy will grow. Blah blah blah." So that's the every year in Russia, in the Ukraine also, by the way, and ex-Soviet countries. I wonder why do we have this tradition?
Именно так крепло наше единство, наша вера в себя и в свои силы. Да, нам
Maybe there was the cut. Maybe the speech is much longer.
предстоит еще многое решить. Но мы можем по праву гордиться тем, что уже сделано.
We should be proud of what we achieved, he said.
Это наше общее достояние, надежная основа для дальнейшего развития. Наша страна, независимая, свободная и сильная, смогла дать ответ на сложнейшие вызовы.
He said that our country, independent country, strong country, was capable to respond on whatever. Some threats, which Putin, by the way, created himself.
И сейчас, на пороге Нового года, мы думаем о будущем.
Yeah, future.
уверены, что все будет хорошо.
Very sure that everything will be fine. So exactly as I tell you, every day. The last year was, we managed to get it done. And in the future, everything will be good. We will go only forward.
Будем идти только вперед. Точно знаем, что абсолютной ценностью для нас была, есть и будет судьба России, благополучие ее граждан.
Especially citizens, of Russia. Well-being of Russian citizens. It's the most that's the reason Russian government is out there, for the prosperity of the Russian citizens. Ooh. Especially those who are coming back from the front lines in the plastic bags. Okay, let's check out Zelensky's speech. Zelensky. Ukraine, 20 minutes. Here it's more like the PR guys, they did more job here, obviously. The New Year's.
There's one
Oh, it's in English.
looks ahead, believes in the future and victory over all the evil that Russia has brought us. Ukraine that is capable of achieving a just peace, having a shield and a sword, defending its people, its colors, its independence. Today, I address all those who value Ukraine, cherish their state and lovingly call it mine. I thank you for 2024, our people who endure all difficulties with dignity. Today, when we were uplifted with happiness because 100
Yeah, actually, the good news, I will not listen like 20 minutes of that stuff. It will be, in a way, annoying. So, the good news that yesterday our guys were returned from custody, at least 150, but many thousands of Ukrainian soldiers are still in the Russian prisons. Nevertheless, the news are really good.
It's a child who finally has their father back, or the president of Ukraine. We all cry because we are all human, and we have kept this light within us. Our teachers, our medics, our power engineers, our transport workers, as did all our air defense personnel, and that unity of ours could be seen from space. God saw it. He saw where freedom and valor fight every day, and the Russians wanted it so badly. But instead, you paid the occupiers back, bringing the war back home to Russia. All these are arguments.
Oh yeah, the drones and the missiles, but I think here it was shown the missile which has no...
Drones, Ukrainian, and all these are arguments.
Yeah, this missile...
The arguments for a just peace.
Neptune. And this particular image, it's not a Ukrainian missile, it's South Korean missile, this one.
Наші ракети, українські, Гор, Вампір, Колібрі, Камік, Лютий, Хевішот, Фаєрпоінт – все це наші дрони.
Tank, Olga Kharwan, Don't give up what's ours. Eat the natives. I always recall this story about one of our Ukrainian elderly men, whom were one day you cut with scars.
Yeah, too much, I think. 20 minutes, it's too much to listen, maybe. Honestly, guys, I can barely find the time to watch it.
Because only such a Ukraine is respected and heard, both on the battlefield. Come to Ukraine knowing how valuable it is to see our ATACMS systems.
Oh, nice. So you have this famous statue.
And achieved results. Patriots, Iris-Ts, NASAMS and ATACMS systems, F-16s, Scalps, Storm Shadows, the Czech initiative and the million shells, the Danish model and hundreds of millions in our domestic production, 27 security agreements and 40 billion to support our army. the European Union and 50 billion to support our economy, the G7 and the decision on $50 billion of frozen Russian assets. This is our great international work.
Oh yeah, especially frozen Russian assets. Those were the big news for the last year.
This is our great international victory. I thank our partners. Thank you for this. I thank our team, the army, the government, the office, the parliament, the regions, communities and volunteers, all those who strengthen our country from within and care about people. I thank everyone, thanks to whom Ukraine is standing and will stand.
Yeah, hopefully.
President of Ukraine, as well as a citizen, I will do everything to achieve it in the
Мільйони українців. Сильні.
Yeah, nice monument. It was built a long time ago in the Soviet Union, and now it's in Ukraine. It's in Kiev. The statue of Motherland. Yeah. Do you have any recommendations? Yeah, I'm just gonna answer your questions now, and if you have those, we'll continue. How did you get that hat, the Winnipeg Jets? Just in a shop, in a local shop. Plot twist, yeah. Russian assets, yeah. It's Muga. Say that you like Zelensky didn't run. I like Zelensky didn't run. But you know, most of the Ukrainians didn't run. Where can I buy this Christmas tree display? In China. What do you think about Alexei Arestovich when he was on podcast with Patrick Bet-David? Arestovich goes and tells what he is paid for. I already answered this question in this live stream. I don't like him. Have you ever lived in Kiev? Yes, near Kiev, 16 kilometers away in Boryspil. But Kiev is my usual place. Like, then you live that close, you go to Kiev all the time. My first airline operated from Kiev. What else? The office of my airline was in Kiev. Everything was in Kiev. What do you think about... Asking again, what do you think happens with the Belarus opposition? Any moves? There is no Belarus opposition in Belarus. They're either been jailed or they left the country. Did you flee Ukraine or are you in Ukraine? I fled Ukraine. What is your favorite sports team? I just like the game mainly, but Jets, Winnipeg Jets, they're good if we speak about NHL. Dennis, I hope that after the war you will have trips, especially in Ukraine. Yeah. And Dennis, do you think that Russia is on brink of collapsing anytime soon? The economy seems pretty hurt in my view. Dennis Rotsdorf. Let's check it out. Just a moment. I want $1 and it costs 110 rubles now. So ruble was 100 like maybe several days ago. Now it goes down again, but the ratio of the currency is not that interesting. The interesting stuff is about the Russian stagflation, the Russian economy stagflation. Stagflation, Russia. Moscow Reuters: Russia tight monetary policy has failed to curb price growth. Combination of straight growth and inflation is called stagflation. So we had the news from November. Pro-government economics blamed central bank for plunging Russia into stagflation. So even the government, the Russian government, they blamed Russian central bank for rising the key rate, and they are sure that it will all go to stagflation. Yeah, I don't have the ad blocker. If you have the ad blocker, you might have some of the problems with YouTube. That's why we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 advertisements on the screen. So since November, there was the information about the stagflation. Stagflation. Yeah, there were the big news. I told about them. Can put in stop there. But there was also the most recent news about it. I cannot find those. Maybe I should economy. No, what the forecast. Russia. The GDP, gross domestic Russia, is forecasted to amount 2 trillion euros in 2024, the last year. The consumer price to be 154. Those are the old news. Russia's economic gamble hidden. Probably here. Russia's economic gamble, the hidden costs of war-driven growth. Yep, it could cause them the growth. Since the full-scale war invasion, Russian economy has repeatedly defied expectations. It's because they put lots of their funds, like before they put aside some of their funds and took the gold and the international currencies, and now they start to invest those, like now, a couple of years ago, they start to invest everything into their military, creating workplaces for people. So that's how they have the growth in 2023 and 4% in 2024. Only because of that their GDP is growing, but it doesn't mean that the economy is going up. Chinese officials apparently convicted, having reportedly established the Integrity Commission to study Russia's economic model. This image is depictive. Over the past 2 years, Russian economy has operated like marathoner on final steroids. I also compare, like, if you have the patient who is dying out because of the cancer, if you inject heroin or something to him, some drug, like, it may stay and run very fast for a couple of hours, but after it will kaput. That's what's happening with the Russian economy. It's on its final drugs to be alive, but it's already dead. It's just time goes and we'll see the result. It's like the long-term process. So for 2025, the Russian economy will stay floating. By 2026, 2027, the fiscal and social challenges now on the horizon could fully metabolize into a crisis. So we're speaking about next few years. It may start in 2026, 2027, maybe even later, but it will start. The rapid expansion of government spending, both direct boundary state-subsidized loan programs, has been primarily driving Russia's recent economic growth. Yes. So there's the government stimulus, but it cannot cover the needs completely, and especially army needs. But for the next year, they will be still capable, and they are still working with other countries which buy fossil fuels from Russia. I will name 10,000 reasons why the Russian mint should be primarily targeted. Mint. They don't have any. They are not easily replaced. Take top secret machinery. Okay. So I do not expect the Russian economy to collapse very, very soon, but it will collapse. 2025 will not be easy. I think Putin understands that, and he now rushes with all of their military efforts in Ukraine. They want to get as much ground as possible because they foresee this stuff with the Russian economy. They understand that in the future they will not be able to pay for their soldiers because no one would fight for Russia, because there will be no soldiers who would like to place their lives for nothing, for mighty Russia. No. There are some, but just few. Mostly they're just being paid to be killed. That's the motivation. At least their families, they have the compensation. Can anyone tell why invented vodka? I think Finland invented vodka. Russia deals with lots of the crypto as well, yeah. Who is the next Prigozhin? It's hard to say. It depends. I think Ramzan Kadyrov cannot be the next Prigozhin because he's not very popular outside Chechnya. Like, people wouldn't support him. He hasn't that influence outside. And mainly Russian patriots, like Russian, they don't like Kadyrov. Can I buy that astronaut lamp from you? No. I bought it, by the way, recently, like maybe 2 weeks ago, for 35 euros. India still suffers from the third wave politics. They want to be their own power, hard balance. Okay. Just how can you do this work at late night with live streams and videos? I don't know. For me, it's the usual thing not to sleep during the night. Anyone remembers the Yevgeny Prigozhin interview where he predicted that Russia would become the next North Korea? And that the war has only started just to make glory old politicians in Russia. Yeah, he says lots of the stuff. Prigozhin says lots of the stuff. And I still wonder why he stopped with his march towards Moscow. It was so inspiring. It was really nice, but he decided to stop. About 10% of people are better at night. Yeah, I also feel like more inspired, more energetic during the nighttime. Also more art-oriented. During the day, I mostly concentrated on the tasks, usual robot tasks, I would say. prepare some food, clean the mess in my room. So the stuff go to shop. So the stuff that you usually do during the day at night, then I go with my laptop. I think differently. And more art tasks, I think for me, are better achievable during the night. Prigozhin is still alive. Maybe. Then so watch your videos a long time. I think you have ADHD as well. Yeah, I have it probably. Like I have the signs. I think many people have that ADHD. Or something like that. We cannot like put everyone in with the same diagnosis because every psychotype is unique. But maybe I have it. Yeah. Something. That's when I pick Jet's head. Thank you. So then you sleep. Usually, like yesterday, I went to bed at 10 a.m. and I woke up during the day, did some activity, and then went sleep again and woke up at 9 p.m. So, yeah, it's like that. So I woke up 7 hours ago, like fully. So I slept during almost all the day. Such a beautiful studio here. I'm still working on it. And there on the screen you can put like every sort of the picture. I just saw it and randomly. The only thing, is it working there? Yeah, it's working. Like this one. I like the cat also. Astro, thank you. Dennis works like a sled dog to be both an informed reporter and one who shares independent and sincere opinion. Subscribe and pay for your newspaper that shows every day, or take it for free. Your choice. Thank you, Astro, for your great generosity and your support. Big like to you. What does your wife think of your lifestyle, Dennis? She wants me to quit. $10.25 in upstate New York. Oh, nice. Soon we're gonna celebrate New Year in the United States. Not good for your health, sleeping like that. Claire, I understand, but I don't know. Sometimes my regime is more stable, but now it is a mess. I understand. Putin avoids heights, is faster, and doesn't do plane rides. Think he flies. Your room is quite cozy, but nice with bird poster. Yeah. I just came out with this idea because, what airplane has an iconic sound name? What else has an iconic sound name than A10 rather than IA10? So I think it was the good idea. And it came like from nowhere. I was just selecting the pulse for the wall. Like before it was Grisha, but Grisha was removed. I think I'll stick to A10 for now. New York is dealing with drones. Really? What do we have next? I subscribe to Kecus Maximus. Kecus Maximus. Do you know who is this? This is Elon Musk. He changed his name yesterday. I think it's his gamer nickname. Swords. And yesterday he tested Starlink connection for the airplane. Starlinks really help a lot. I by the way, also have this kind of the antenna, as those guys have. You can have mini, but this one is, I think, is the best for the signal and for the speed. It's a little bulky though. Before he posted like lots of the stuff with him, with his real picture. Now he posts this frog. And there was the scandal between Elon Musk and MAGA, some of the MAGA, where Elon Musk says about the working visas, and some part of the MAGA is against it. Are you not entertained? Yeah, missiles good. Yeah, just go to the home page. Maybe we'll have something interesting. Oh my god. Putin and Medvedev posted their New Year greetings for Russians. Everything is fine. Putin said. Yeah, he definitely said that everything is fine. I won't translate this shit. Please post greetings for them in the comments. New Year's in Paris. Ronaldo. Some of the memes, some of the stuff that I cannot show to you. The world's largest firework launched in Nagasaki, Japan. Whoa. Awesome. I wonder what power does it have. Can you throw it to Russians? It's like, you know, thermite or something. Could cause dramatic damage to them. Big kaboom. Xi Jinping says that no one can stop China's reunification with Taiwan. Oh, they're threatening the world. No one will stop us. What is this? Melee. Oh, Afghan Taliban sending more and more soldiers towards their border with Pakistan after recent intensification of the border clashes. Let them 30 people died. Yeah, it happened like Pakistan even shut down one of the Afghani airplanes. Small one, but nevertheless. It's a Whistlegrad. It's like pro-Israeli channel, I guess. So 2 members joined the Schengen area. Armenian Prime Minister Pashinyan telling Belarus dictator Lukashenko that he is a clown. Yeah, it was interesting. Probably my picture is good, I think.
Мы рассмотрим ваше заявление.
А что тут рассмотреть? Вы не можете рассмотреть мое заявление, потому что мое заявление это не подлежит к рассмотрению.
Да, мы это только его... Мы рассмотрим, может, телевизора не будет, чтобы вы дистанционно выступали.
Нет проблем, нет проблем, нет проблем. Я понимаю, что, может, у вас появились еще и проблемы с телевизорами. Я понимаю, отношусь к этому.
So what happened there? Like Belarus dictator told during the meeting with some of the S&D, some of the ex-Soviet countries, mainly, and Iran probably is also there. So they have had the meeting together with Putler, by the way. And Lukashenko dictator accused Armenian President Pashinyan for not coming to Minsk for their meeting. But we know that you could be busy, blah blah blah. And Armenian leader said that we're not gonna go to your conference, which is planned maybe for the next month or something. And Lukashenko said, "What problems do you have? Is it really difficult to deliver your representatives to Belarus?" And Pashinyan said, "No, it's my solo decision. Like you heard, it's my decision. You cannot do anything with that." They say that they will look through your decision. He said, "It's my decision. I'm the sovereign country, representative of the sovereign country." And Lukashenko said, "We'll see if we have the TV to show you." And Pashinyan said, "Oh, maybe you have the problems with TVs. It's understandable." So it was funny, really funny to watch, especially for me, that because I know Russian, so I understood everything. There are some clashes between Armenian leader and other leaders. Shanghai firework. So they have the drone show together with fireworks. The fireworks are being dropped by the drones. Yeah, they like the shows. Dubai, Hopkins, as I told you. Yeah, and China says that there will be reunification. What is this? Housing crisis. Why don't they build houses within the red circle? Because it's very difficult to live there. It's damn cold. And also it's very expensive to build more homes in the areas where you'll not have working force. And this guy we saw already. Some of the recommendation from TikTok. Well, I like Telegram more because you don't have recommendations. You just follow whom you follow, and that's it. Here on X, what Trump says, we're the party of common sense. A preliminary reason that we won is in a landslide the magnificent and historic presidential elections of 2024. All 7 swing states votes. And I'm the best of the best. But what's the meaning of this everything? But I didn't work. It was disaster. Let's not blow greatest opportunity which we have been given. American people need immediate relief from all of the destructive policies. The last administration. Speaker Mike Johnson is a good, hard-working, religious man. He will do the right thing, and we will continue to win. Mike has complete total endorsement. Mike Johnson, it means. Maybe there were actually some rumors that Elon Musk wants to be speaker in the House, but now Trump says no. December 30th. Routes are being executed for the Air Force having wasted $2.5 billion, much unaccounted for, with some being used to illegally by endorsement. Oh, so he complains that Democrats use some of the money for election campaign. They pay $11 million to Beyonce, who never ever sang a song. $2 million to Oprah. Okay. If you write with those caps lock letters, it means that something is unstable with you. What they have in this? Russia is not our enemy. Yeah. Russia is not our enemy, so where does that leave traitors? Okay. Oh, Vladimir Putin has congratulated Russians with a new year for more than 20 years, so more than 20 times. He congratulated.
Позади остается еще один год. Он был трудным, он был непростым. Никто не мог представить, через какие испытания всем нам придется пройти. Не все, что мы планировали, уже сделано. Конечно, нерешенных проблем еще...
So he says the same stuff again and again. That's what I told you, like in this live stream. Okay, X is very funny. X is really funny and cringy platform. Twitter is riddled with filth, yeah. Twitter. Yeah, X is very freaking cringe name, yeah. Still only F-16 loss? Only one, yeah, still only one. One loss of F-16. Russians reported last week that Ukraine lost some of the fighter jets, but including F-16, but no. How long do we stream? Like already 3 hours, 30 minutes. Elon Musk for master of the house. Yeah. Like everyone still calls it Twitter. Yeah, it's Twitter. Like Twitter, it's a nice name, but X. I posted on X. It sounds fluffy. What's your favorite aircraft? I think I don't have the one. Bradley seems more useful than the tanks. They have different tasks. They're built for different purpose, but from all of the armored vehicles, from what we see on the front lines, Bradley is the best. Excellent connection. I wonder also what we need to check more. Russian channels. This night, Ukrainian armed forces hit with missiles the Belets district of the Kursk Oblast. The governor Alexander Haytashin reported there are no significant destructions or no casualties because of the strike, Garner says, but everything that Russia says you need to divide by 2 at least, especially their officials. France fighter jets hit the ISIS targets in Syria. Okay. I think we also should check out so guess we're here. on a deep state. I think we can go to the front lines, maybe even check the map. It's overexposed here. That's why I usually use satellite image, because here you can at least see the settlements. Like for example here, yeah, you can see the settlement, but if you go to Topa, you don't see a thing. So like here settlement, here is nothing, like overexposed. They should have put less white and more grayish, yeah, because I would like, you know, to have the topo information and at the same time see the satellites. But here you can see all of the roads and everything, so maybe you're gonna use this one. So let's zoom out to this area, and I hope you can see it. We can go back December 2023. Where is December 21st? So 2023 December 21st, you see. We can expedite by 5 times and check how Russia advanced and where they advanced. Like every day there were some of the battles. That's already the end of January. That's the middle of March. You see, they took Avdiivka in not middle of March, middle of February. In February they occupied Avdiivka. There were some of the fights, I think, for 2-3 months there. And after that, they broke through Ukrainian defense. Then it happened, we'll see, probably at the end of the spring. Yeah, here it was the attack at the end of the April. In May, they went towards Pokrovsk direction. They started to expand. And there they moved, and I think close to August they attacked quite a lot. At the same time with the Ukrainian attack in the Kursk. So Ukraine maybe tried to slow down the Russian offensive. They want to cause Russia to withdraw their forces from the east. So you see, it's July, end of July, they already broke through Ukrainian defense in many of the areas. And here Ukraine starts its offensive in Kursk, but Russia doesn't stop. They continue to send reinforcements, and now they take more ground. September, they were successful in many of the areas, and now they're see how they grow a little. And here goes Kupiansk direction on the north, in the Kharkiv region. October, they broke through in Vuhledar, and now they attack even more. You see, they intensify their attacks towards Kurakhove, and it's November, December. So yeah, for the last year, they mainly advanced in just 2 of the directions, here and here, in 2024. Now it's like that, but again, if we check all of the Ukraine, like, it's not that big advancement compared to what Russia took before. Like, just look, even in Kiev region, they've took, and it's not everything is shown here, because they went to the south, more to the south. All of that was really fast in a matter of days, and here they spent 1 year to get this area and part of this area. Some Chasiv Yar, yeah, also. I will say, like, even Russians on their military channels, they say that it's not that advancement that is needed after all to conquer Ukraine. If they speak about this bigger target, it's not enough. So the more Ukraine resists, the more chances for Russia to actually collapse. It might look like Ukraine is in trouble. Yes, there is the trouble, especially with the military command, with lack of the reforms, but Russia itself is in the brink of the big crisis. Not the next year, no, but in a couple of years there could be a big crisis. What do you think? Can you outline what settlements will be occupied by Russia in 2025? Will be occupied by Russia in 2020. Yeah, I'll show you what I think will be occupied. Russia has 10 times the resources. It's hard to understand. Maybe even more. But Ukraine still has the support from Western countries, and they have more resources potentially compared to Russia. It depends on their determination whether they would continue to support Ukraine more or not. What leverage does Russia have to keep NATO out of the occupied territories? What? Leverage does not what? I didn't understand the question. Go sleep, Dennis. Probably, yeah. I wonder what's the time now in New York. At least New York. Because I'm waiting for the New Year celebration across the ocean. I think it's still 1 hour and 10 minutes at least. Yeah, 1 hour and 12 minutes. To New York celebration day, so we might speak still 1 hour. Then I go sleep. Maybe. I also need to film the video. So after I finish the stream, I will go filming videos, and then filming more videos, and then sleep. It was in the news today, the news Syria, with the Syria. Okay. Should I just... I think I just should skip... The slow mode for the chat. Show how many viewers in the stream. Customization, slow mode, off. Slow mode is off. Don't need to wait 5 seconds. But chat will go if we will have many viewers. But today we don't have probably. Does Dennis not react to super chats? Maybe if I have one screen, so maybe I was busy. Oh, yeah, we have the support, sorry. Warnert beginner. Dennis, who would you prefer to be the next president of Ukraine? Does Zelensky have any serious competition? Zelensky does everything not to have the serious competition. Like every politician wants to have the ultimate power, especially in ex-Soviet countries. So it's the usual stuff. Like I don't see the real competitor for Zelensky for now. But it could be Zaluzhny. But yeah, we'll see. Robert, thank you so much for joining the membership. Sorry guys for not reacting to your super chats. It was too late to see your messages. I can't wait for Trimbita. Was this heart rate? I think heard much about it all until entered the serial production. Trimbita. Oh yeah. I mean missile. Yeah, I hope that too. Thank you for your kind support. Why super chat is lagging? Like everything is lagging. Fuck. Oh, now it's reloaded. Everyone who does their best to stay informed is a fighter for. You decide that's how it works. Astro, thank you, but people in Ukraine on the front lines, I mean, they do more than I am here. That's why I do not call myself a patriot. Because if I was, I would go and fight and die for the country. But no, I value my life and the stability of the family more, unfortunately. Or fortunately, I don't know. That's why I do not wear Ukrainian flags or other symbolics. Georgian Maidan. Georgian Maidan will not bring anything. That's my prediction. Too many people voted for that pro-Russian party, for the Georgian Maidan to work. Then Canada intends to seize civilians' firearms for citizens here and send them to Ukraine. And that even useful to send civilian firearms to soldiers. Yeah, you need automatic rifles for soldiers, not semi-automatic, I guess, as it was before. Do they really want to cease to use the guns? I'll try to find out. Canada wants to ban guns for citizens. As a part of the comprehensive approach on December 5th, 2024, the government announces the prohibition of more military-style assault-style firearms. Accompanying the prohibition is amnesty order, which expires in October. So it expires. That protects business. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah. They refer to this article. Government of Canada extends list of prohibited assault rifles, but do they speak about Ukraine? I actually do not support the policy to get arms from people. I think that people should have the right to have the arms. Well, if I was, for example, if I was living in the United States, I would 100% be an arm holder or weapon holder. How do you call it? Yeah, like I don't see anything in Ukraine about this. Canada bans more types of firearms. Makes more firearms number that grows more. It's Canada. And confiscating.
Omar, effective immediately, 324 unique makes and variants of what the government calls assault-style firearms are now prohibited. All newly banned models have semi-automatic action and sustained rapid-fire capability. And government officials confirmed Thursday these guns can no longer be legally used or sold in this country.
Our goal is to ensure that no community, no family is devastated by mass shootings in Canada again.
These firearms join the list of more than 1,500 types of firearms Prime Minister Justin Trudeau banned the sale and use of in 2020. As was the case 4 years ago, the government is offering owners and retailers of these newly outlawed guns amnesty until October 2025, while officials finalize a national buyback program. The Liberals had been facing pressure to ban additional firearms that came on the market after 2020 and that weren't covered in the Liberals' major gun control bill passed a year ago. It remains to be seen exactly how many firearms will be turned over in time, but once they are, the government says they have a plan to get them out of the country and potentially onto the front lines of the Russia-Ukraine war.
We've been working very closely with our friends in Ukraine to ensure that weapons that were intended to be used in combat could be made available to them.
Do you know how diabolical it is to confiscate your own people's guns and then turn around and give them to another country? Like, let me get this straight. Canada, you're stripping your citizens of their ability to protect themselves only to hand those very same guns to a country in the middle of a war. The level of insult here is staggering. If this isn't proof that parts of the Canadian government hate their own people, I don't know what is. You're not even hiding it anymore. You're literally saying, we don't trust you to have guns, but hey, let's send them to Ukraine because they clearly understand the concept of self-defense better than our own people. This isn't just a slap in the face.
Yeah, I like, you know, in Switzerland, there's almost, in every household you may find a gun. It's normal. And there the crime rate is low. In the United States, guns also pretty much available everywhere. But the crime rate is much higher than in Switzerland. In UK, no guns, I think even for police. The crime rate is average. In Canada, I think it's lower than in the United States, but they have more strict policy. But my idea here that maybe the crime rate doesn't depend on whether you're allowed to have the guns or not. I think so. It's my opinion. I could be wrong. But I agree, like, I don't know what this guy actually might say here. I agree that it's useless to send assault-style rifles with semi-automatic mechanism to Ukraine. Like, the Russians are going with Kalashnikovs, and you will go with R-15 with restricted function, yeah? So it's good for computer game shooter, but not for fight. He's saying nothing against Ukraine here so far, but I think it's just useless. I wonder if he says like that.
They're thinking, oh, this could never happen here in the U.S. It starts just like this. 1,500 guns banned in 2020. Now it's another 324. They've even banned handguns. And don't give me that tired weapons of war justification. You banned a bunch of 22 rifles. Freaking 22s. What is Ukraine supposed to do with those? Hunt squirrels? You're sending a hodgepodge of jelly bean guns in random calibers with different setups to a war zone. The military standardizes for a reason. But hey, let's complicate the situation more. Bravo, Canada. This is nothing but virtue signaling at its absolute worst. And what's worse? It's dangerous. Not for Ukraine, but for your own people. You understand the value of self-defense for a country at war, but you refuse to acknowledge the same for your citizens at home. That's
also, like, I agree with this concept. Well, maybe not for Canada, because you don't have, like, direct enemies nearby, like, I hope there will be good relations with the United States and Canada. But if you have, like, Russia as a neighbor, it's logical to have weapons like that, at least semi-automatic rifles for your people. It's very, very logical. That's actually the concept of Switzerland. That's why they're okay with people to have arms, and the crime rate here is low, as I say to you. So in Ukraine, I wonder why it was not allowed and why it is still very difficult to obtain arms for civilians. The only reason I think that politicians, they do afraid. They do afraid. That's what I think. And here I agree. This guy says, I didn't watch the whole video here, but I agree with him that those rifles will be useless for Ukrainian warriors. They need more advanced equipment, not just from Canada, but from elsewhere. And now I go to the comment sections. Probably will have many more comments. And what do you think about this stuff? Who is that dude? He's opportunized without active foreign policy knowledge. Ukrainians are standardized, but at the same time must remain flexible. The rifles, like civilian rifles, are not okay for military. You may say that, okay, Canada will send rifles for Ukrainians to defend their households, but at first, why do they take those rifles from Canadians? And the second thing is that Ukraine has no legislation to easily obtain those rifles. Like you can have, actually, in Ukraine, the semi-automatic rifle, but like without the bribes, it will take you a crazy journey, crazy bureaucratic journey to get this done. Automatic fire, yeah, we are not even speaking about it. It's, I think, forbidden even in the United States for the automatic fire rifles. But you can get those if those were out before some sort of the year or date that they were forbidden. So old Kalashnikovs, I think you can still buy. Used, not new. America is not far off from the first time travel through hypersonic flight from the east to the west. 1 year. Okay. You cannot have two weapons in Canada. Oh. No, it's okay. Interesting. Because now, like in the United States, you may have lots of the, like, unlimited amount of the weapons, I think. I spoke with Americans who have the separate room for weapons, which is there for generations and generations. In places like Virginia, you can't have anything. Just pause and check and pay the tax. Okay. Handguns are not the issue in this or any other war. It's about bigger things. Yeah. In Ukraine, you cannot own pistol. You cannot buy it because you can hide it. Rifle you can buy, but again, it's very difficult procedure. And to maintain the rifle, like if something happens, like some firearm related crime, even outside your area of residence, police may come to you and they may check you and everything. So you'll be always with this headache from police. They don't like you to have weapons in Ukraine at all. So what our warriors do, they take some of the weapons from the fronts, like looted Russian Kalashnikovs. They go home and they dig those weapons in their country yards or somewhere, just in case. I think it's the normal practice for 90% at least of Ukrainian soldiers. And no one finds it. But in case they need it someday, they know where to search. Because, the Bucha massacres, like, if civilians had at least something to fight with, I think for Russians, it would not be that easy, especially in the Kiev Oblast. I now try to find the video how Ukraine offloads, like Ukraine offloads AK-47 to civilians. Ukraine gives maybe weapons, gives weapons or guns, it's better to say guns for civilians. Kiev. Two years ago.
There is no reason to believe that they're going to stop anytime soon, and their objective clearly, at least to me, seems to be the occupation of my entire country and the destruction of everything that I love. I'm just a regular civilian. I have basically nothing to do with war or any other thing like it. And I wouldn't really want to participate in anything like this, but I don't really have any choice because this is my home.
Мотивація проста. Це краще, ніж сидіти вдома і чекати, поки до тебе щось прилетить.
So basically Ukraine just offloaded the guns for, like, there was the video, I probably couldn't find it honestly. Ukrainians volunteered civilians receive military training. Yeah, after it, like, they went for the training, but before, like, then the Russia was very close to Kiev. Ukraine just sent the trucks full of Kalashnikovs and so on, and they start to offload and give weaponry to all of people who wanted to receive the weapons. So to avoid those kind of the scenarios where you later on have to deal with uncontrolled weapons, it's better to give them controllably to your population. That's the Swiss model, how they do it. Basically, if you serve in Swiss army, you can have the weapons at home. Like, it's not you can have, it's like obligated from what I understood. And here, where to find those weapons now? So you create more problems in case an enemy attacks you. So if you have like crazy neighbors like Russia, which create constant threat for your country, obviously it's better to have some policy to use even assault rifles. For those who serve in the army, they should have, I think, at home fully functional rifles with automatic fire function. Even not the semi-automatic, but with automatic function, as it's done in Switzerland. Yeah, there should be some of the, restrictions for keeping that gun. It should be in the safe. Ammo should be stored separately just to avoid something. But it should be there to protect you, your family, your country, and everything. It's my idea. That's how I see it, guys. And now Ukraine gave weapons to everyone, and where are those weapons? No one knows. Hey, have you ever read the Federalist Papers? You should, in addition to the law, federal based. I didn't got the question. Right to bear arms is bear t-shirt. Well, even Kamala kept that Glock. Yeah. Kamala, Hunter Biden, as we know, because he has been charged with a crime that he bought the gun by the time he was drug addicted. Astro, thanks again for your awesome support. If someone comes to your house in America, they risk. Yeah. And they risk a lot. Americans always had guns. Some are bad. Yeah, it's the culture of the country. Like, it's the gun country, gun owner country. And if I was in America, if I was an American, I would obviously have guns. From Texas, smaller town, don't generally lock my door doors. Person would have to be really stupid to break in and entering my area, because we are mostly armed and are able to defend our homes freely. P. Henry. Yeah, there was the case. Okay, I'll try to find it out on the internet. I tried to find out the case. But it's in an old article. So there, I thought it's new, but we have the article from 2022. Like, I tried to search Texas. No charge for Texas guy who killed daughter's rapist. I think that happened recently, but I cannot get the news. So there was the rapist who trapped minor, like it was a girl. By the time the girl dad saw that rapist, it happened in Texas, and he beaten the hell of the rapist. Like, he wasn't able like to start to act, that rapist. So dad was on time, he saw everything, and he like beaten shit out of this that rapist, and apparently he died. But that dad, he called ambulance and police and everyone. They came, and later on he wasn't accused of anything. All the charges, like prosecution say that everything was done correctly, and that's actually nice. I think it's nice. Actually, like Texas itself, like I like the state, but what I don't like there is it's kind of hot, and the nature. Well, there are no mountains, no those beautiful rivers. But other than that, Texas is good. But you have to stay at home during the summertime because it's damn hot. Like, from the nature perspective, I think northern states, for example, Washington, I don't know, Oregon, Colorado, Idaho, they're good. I know a lot of people in Ukraine, and that's what they are saying. What they're saying. Heard they're being picked up from the streets. Yeah, Mike, it's a bad thing that happening in Ukraine. So all of those people like that I showed you in the videos, that they are willing to protect the country, it all was filmed 2.5 years ago. Then Russia just attacked Ukraine, so there was a motivation of Ukrainian people to protect the country. We thought that everything will be like resolved with very fast at first, and government would help Ukrainians to fight. But we see that government is not punching in with its efforts to really win in this war, that there is still corruption, still incompetent command, no reforms, more tax pressure on people. Basically, freedoms are restricted, and now people lost the motivation. So all of the volunteers who would like to join the Ukrainian army, they are already there. So what the Ukrainian government does, they just kidnap people from the streets, basically. It's like that. Yes, it's not the Russian propaganda. I can show you like thousands of the videos already. You can walk, they will stop the car, they'll pack you in, no matter if you're on your house, etc. They will find out later or not find out. But they pack everyone, and just imagine the motivation of the people who do not want to fight. And after, during their military training, they escape. Or from their military units, they escape. And for this reason, we have more than 200,000 deserted people who deserted from, not just from the war, but from military. They're hiding somewhere, in their homes or not. So yeah, it's like that. And they do not afraid of the criminal charges because they understand that they may lose their lives in the war on the front line. So for them, if they've been caught, they may go to the prison in the worst case, but not die. So yeah, it's the reality. And why people lost their motivation? Because Ukrainian elite and basically rich people, they're not serving in the army. They're just screaming, go and fight. But they've took all of their kids from Ukraine. At the same time, they're restricting ordinary Ukrainians to leave Ukraine. I mean, we can speak about patriotism, crazy Russia and so on, but everyone wants to leave. Everyone. And that's continue the life, taking care of your family. It's the greatest motivation you have in life itself. So you can go to the army, I think like Russians go, right? They mostly have problems with the banks, with their credits, and they go there to solve their problems or to help their families. They understand that they probably die, but in that way they at least send some of the funds for families who live in property, or they just greedy. But the motivation for Russians is huge financial support. Ukrainians do not have motivation. And basically Ukrainians, I wouldn't say like completely lost the motivation to fight for the fatherland or motherland, but it's very low. Now it's, compared to what it was 2.5 years ago, it is zero. And who is to blame for? Ukrainian government. Only they did it. They didn't, and they also do not protect soldiers who were wounded, who were, like, it's just very tiny limited support of those soldiers. Mostly volunteers help. Government doesn't help. Government will do everything for you to not to receive, for your family not to receive the compensations if you lose your lives on the fronts. That's the reality. People do not stupid, they see it, and that's why they don't want to go and fight. They understand that no one would take care about their kids and so on. They would just go and die. That's it. And their children will rise without the father, without financial support from the government. It's not like United States Army. Then if you die, like, your family is supported, well supported. There in Ukraine, no, nothing, zero. Like, officially they have, but they will try again to do everything to keep that money or to spend it somewhere else. People see injustice in ruling. That's why Zelensky's rating is, well, it's not like that, but maybe like that. And who tells you, yeah? What Ukrainian YouTuber would tell you? Pro-Ukrainian. Yeah, we all hate Russia, like all the people in Ukraine hate Russia, but people still, they don't, they lost the motivation, not because of Russians, but because of attitude towards own country, own government, not the country. Yeah, you may make a parallel probably with the Vietnam War in the United States. Then some of the, like, remember this iconic movie Rambo 1, The First Blood? Then people are coming back, there is no support, they're outcast, they have no jobs, they don't have anything. That's how the first motorcycle gangs, by the way, appear, because people found themselves just in the violence, because the government just didn't care. And here it's mostly similar, very similar. Lara the Burn, Znom Rokom, best wishes from Latvia. Hope Ukraine gets rid of orcs, because Baltics know what Russians stop. If Russians not stop, will be next. Yeah. Also, like, one more demotivation factor is restricted military support from our allies. Unfortunately, it's not about Latvia; it's a small country. But in general, like, Ukraine fights, but how long can Ukraine fight without weapons? And we heard, like, also voices, Ukraine should lower mobilization age. Yeah, like to 18 years old, basically kids. Just to waste the generation in this war for what? Like, so, yeah, actually, it's a very terrible situation for Ukraine. For one thing, like, the long-term war for Ukraine is not good at all. And peace negotiations are also not good, because Russia will attack. And Russia is not willing for the peace negotiations without Ukraine giving them lots of the territory. So I wouldn't like to be in Ukrainian management. It's really hard to act now, but what they do, like Ukrainian management, it's not okay in general. They film very beautiful movies, like Zelensky went to check out the Kharkiv defense lines, but somehow Russians broke through the defense lines in Kharkiv. Then they started their operation from the north. And kind of the strange moves, this failed assault operation in 2023 that was advertised on the internet, and basically life were wasted for what? And people, like ordinary people, like, if I would stay in Ukraine, I would never go to military now. I would understand that, okay, I'll go there and I will die for some stupid commander or for some stupid decision. So people see how it's 21st century. You cannot hide it. It's in internet. Everyone is speaking about it. And I recommend you, like, to go to media, like official media of Zelensky or any sort of the Ukrainian official, and read the comments there from Ukrainians. Outside the boats, everyone says just negative style. That's the reality. And no one will tell you, like, that as I do. So this guy is actually right. Who wrote that comment? Who wrote this comment? Mike. Yes, you are right. It is happening in Ukraine. People are just kidnapped on the streets and they are forced to fight. But then I went to the military branch. Then the war had just started. I was one of those guys. Well, without Kalashnikov, but I went to the military branch. And they told me, we don't need you. Go. We have enough people. And those who, because I didn't have the military experience, and I don't have it. But those who were taken, they are dead or they're still serving there in the army. Also, the problem here that you don't have the exit point. So if you enter army, you're there forever, like till you die. The only way is to get out from the army to be heavily wounded or to die. Even for the American army in the Second World War, you had the option, I think I already said about it in my last streams, you can have the option to return back to the United States, but you need to receive some sort of the points which you may get if you also like obtain some of the wounds. If you serve for a long time, like you have some wounds, points. If you made some of the heroic action, like you receive the reward and also those points. And if you have enough points, you go back to the United States. You don't need to stay there and fight for forever. But in the Ukrainian case, if you go to Ukrainian army, the only option to stay alive and not to be wounded is to desert from the army. That's why we have 200,000 people who deserted from Ukraine. 200,000. Is it happening for a reason? Yeah. The reason, many reasons, and one of which I've told you, like not one but many. So people, they just fight for their lives. And what's the difference now if Ukrainian men are being kidnapped? They're taken into custody by TCK, by own Ukrainian forces, and they're kept like in a prison. So what's the difference between Ukraine and Russia in this case? So Russia may come and also imprison Ukrainian men. They came and like Ukrainians also, like the situation for Ukrainian men is terrible. Like for Ukraine in general it's terrible, but for Ukrainian men as well. But it cannot continue forever, and I hope that finally something will happen to Russia, that because for Ukraine the long-term war is also not a good option, because how long it may last, the situation like that. So yeah, I might be not correct, but my opinion is based on the facts. I tell the truth. I watch Ukrainian media. I watch comments from Ukrainian people. I speak with Ukrainian people. Every Ukrainian man doesn't want to go to the army right now. Unfortunately. Sorry, I didn't say like that. Most of them. Like vast majority, not all of them. Oh, we have the super chat. Thank you. A cheer for Ukraine. They need support. Anything anti-Russian. Yeah. The good thing that Ukraine needs actually more weapons now than... like the good thing for Ukraine would be to receive more weapons rather than to use armament. Because, Western officials, they call to reduce the conscription age to mobilization age, it's better to say, to 18 years old. But at the same time, they do not give more weaponry. So... and also some of the Ukrainian government officials call for that, to lower that age. But Russia has a vast army, like it has enormous army, and they will always have more options, also in case of mobilization, to fight against your infantry. So you need to have technical decisions, technical tools to get rid of the Russian midwaves. It's useless to fight against those with your own midwaves. And the Western weaponry may allow you to do so, like not to use your infantry that much, because it's more precise, it has more longer range, it has more power. The Russian weaponry is ancient, used old technologies to produce those. They're sanctioned, they cannot produce lots of the stuff. So that's why the key factor for Ukraine should be, it's better to say, to obtain Western long-range weapons, to cut the Russian supply connections and so on. So that's the goal. With midwaves, you just create big bloodbath in Ukraine without reaching the goals. Like you still lose with midwaves if you use your own against Russian midwaves. But Russians, they do not care. They have bigger resource than Ukraine, so I think that they will mobilize their men in future, because with their economy, they cannot pay also forever to their soldiers. So there will be mobilization in Russia. I was wrong actually before saying that the last year already for me, that Russia will mobilize their army men. They didn't do it. They still found enough crazy volunteers who want to waste their lives for millions of rubles. But in the future, it cannot continue. We already see that volunteers, even for money, they also do not want to join the Russian army as before. So for sure, there will be a new future mobilization. And Russia is getting ready for it. We see it according to their legislation. By the way, let me check it out. we have just this, the latest message from the human rights in Ukraine. New law brings Russia closer to mobilizing Ukrainians on occupied territories to fight against Ukraine. That's what they did in Donbass, but for now I know that they have the ban on those territories. So if Russia occupied some of the territories, they have 1 or 2 years ban to mobilize locals against Ukraine. That's also terrible. So Russia occupies Ukrainian territory and forces Ukrainians to fight against Ukrainians. It is crazy. It is shit. It should be considered as a war crime, I think. Oh, this is the article. I hope it will open. So this one, actually it happened a long time ago, not just right now. Russia's new conscription law brings the digital gulag closer. So that's the digitalization of the function. So basically they have information about every person in Russia. So legislation of drafting Russian nations into military service rushed into the Russian parliament last week dramatically changes the relationship between the state and the people. So they may not take the people from the streets like Ukraine does now, but they may precisely target particular person. So they know everything about you because you have the digital, it's called Gosuslugi, the digital Russian service, and there they know information about you, and they may find you. They know your location, they know where you live, they know everything about you, and they may cancel you from normal life. They may cancel some of your documents which with limited validity, so you'll not be able to obtain passport like Ukrainians do right now. Your driving license will be revoked, your connection, your bank accounts could be frozen. So everything will be cut if you are not willing to go to the military conscription center and, as Ukrainians and Russians say, renew your information. But now if you go and renew your information, for example, in Ukraine, you'll get mobilized. So it's better if you don't want to mobilize, if you're Ukrainian, don't want to be mobilized, avoid being in. So yeah, they say about Gosuslugi, regardless of whether a person has Gosuslugi account or even uses internet, they will still be penalized for failing to report in recruitment office once the digital draft notice issued. So that's the Orwell novel 1984 redaction in this time by Russia and Ukraine. The Ukraine has absolutely similar stuff, same stuff in this case. So you basically, as the potential meat for the war, you basically cut from everything. Your passport, your driving license, you cannot marry, you cannot divorce, everything is closed. Like you cannot communicate with your government, you don't have any services. For Ukrainians now it's the reality. Russia for now, they have the prospect for this, but they already introduced it and they just need one thing, for Putin to announce a new mobilization. And after it, millions of Russians, or maybe hundreds of thousands, will be cut from the Russian government. All of their accounts will be blocked and everything if they do not go to fight. That's the reality of the 21st century. And that reality actually works now already in Ukraine. And I can say about it openly because I left the country. If I stayed in Ukraine, I wouldn't say about many of the things. Because some of the bloggers, some of the bloggers with not independent opinion, but they say something against the Ukrainian government, some of them got kidnapped and later on conscripted to the army. That's the fact. They tried also to do it with Sternenko, like with our Ukrainian volunteer, who is really pro-Ukrainian, who gathers lots of the drones and funds for Ukrainian army. But still, even he has the problem. He had the problem, but I still think that he has the problem with the Ukrainian government and the Ukrainian military command, especially Syrsky, who wants to get rid of him, because he criticizes him regularly for not implementing reforms, for bad command of defense, and so on. Because we also speak with the Ukrainian soldiers, and they say the same stuff that I tell you. Not just soldiers, but also commanders, and some of them do not even afraid to go with their thoughts on Telegram and also on YouTube sometimes. So they say truth, but it happens randomly. So there is definitely inside conflict between them and government. Shit. Okay, I again went too much far away from today's topic, the New Year. It touches me. That's why I tell about it. I love New Year, but I have a bad feeling about 2025. I think for the next year, American Guy, nice nickname. I think for the next year, everything will be the same as the last year. I don't see like major changes coming. Even with Donald Trump, like it will be unstable under his policy in the United States, but United States cannot influence many of the things. Trump is not a god there. What happened to the deep state? Yeah, they also had the conflict with Syrsky. I hope that they will stay alive. Deep state. That's the only source that gives like more or less real information. The Ukrainian source. If the Ukrainian forces were trapped, like in two of the major points, they told about it, and they not just show the map. They have their channels, like Telegram channel, also YouTube, where they tell the truth. For the map, they publish with delay, not to give the information, but they never show where Ukrainians are. So because there are some of the maps which show where Ukrainian forces are located, but they do not show that. Astor, thank you. Hey man, that's how the draft works, then the country is attacked. I do not agree. You cannot kidnap people like against their own will. It's just useless because they're in lack of motivation. Like in Second World War, it was volunteer conscription, at least in Soviet Union, and Ukraine was the part of the Soviet Union. Everyone was willing to fight because they thought that they have the reason to fight. So the aim of the government to give this reason to Ukrainians, not to take it out, and it was taken out because the people saw that some people have more rights than others. Some people are allowed to go and not to serve. Some people are like, it's total, how to call it in English. I have this word at the end of, at the point of my tongue, like how to call it. I even forgot how to tell it in Russian. Okay, never mind. Like, I have my own opinion. I might be not correct with it. Dennis, why do Jake Bro and combat veteran reacts lie so much about the war? Chris. it's hard not to lie about the war. Like, I don't usually lie. I wonder if they lie or not. I don't really watch them too much, honestly. Maybe Jack Bro sometimes, then I have some time. Even in my videos, I over-exaggerate pro-Ukrainian stuff. My channel is biased. It's pro-Ukrainian because I love my country. I like Ukraine. That's why I always put those big thumbnails saying about Ukraine, something good for Ukraine. Ukraine attacked there, Ukraine won there. But in the same time, in the video, I tell about things how they are. But still, you know, you want to present the information from the positive side, just for people not to lose the hope. So maybe they do it more than me. Maybe they do not lie, but they don't tell lots of the things that I tell, for example, right now on this live stream. I also try to avoid that kind of the topic because it creates, like, we can speak about it on the live streams, but in my videos I say about it, but you know, this channel is pro-Ukrainian, so I don't want always to speak about those problems. Like, I spoke about it once, 2 times, 3 times, but I think you already understand. So in every video I shouldn't speak about it, I think. So yeah, in a way, what's the truth really? Like, facts, what are the facts, how you can find the facts. So even in my videos, I rely on media information, on information coming from the front lines, but who is there providing this information, especially legacy media, yeah? How you can cross-check those? They work for someone, for some corporation, so we just retranslate what they say with our own conclusions. The only robust, like, information that you may have as the fact is maybe drone images. That's it. So, I don't know. Every channel has the right to say whatever they want to say. Every author, I think that there should be the freedom of speech. Oh, is it usual stuff to have the Sweden, not Switzerland?
2024 was a year of change. Not sadly in the football, another agonisingly close shave for England, but change in politics with the election of this Labour government in July. And more importantly, with the work of change that we've begun. The minimum wage raised by a record amount, wages up more broadly, returns of foreign national criminals up 20%, billions of pounds worth of new projects in clean British energy, making our country more secure, and £25 billion invested in our NHS, starting to cut waiting lists in your local hospital. Now, I know there's still so much more to do, and that for many people it's hard to think about the future when you spend all of your time fighting to get through the week. So I want to be clear, until you can look forward and believe in the promise and the prosperity of Britain again, then this government will fight for you. A fight for change that will define this year, next year, and indeed every waking hour of this government. We have a clear plan for change. 1.5 million new homes, restoring the dream of home ownership. Children starting school ready to learn. A more secure energy system. Waiting lists cut dramatically. Immigration reduced. Neighbourhood police tackling antisocial behaviour in every community. And more cash in your pocket wherever you live. That is what we will be focusing on. A year of rebuilding, but also rediscovering the great nation that we are. A nation that gets things done, no matter how hard or tough the circumstances. We'll have time to reflect on that this year.
Okay, yeah, everything will be good. We are good. Like every politician says the same. What should I do? Where should I tried to search for something and I forgot what I wanted to search. It happens. Like with me. What I wanted to search, shit. And I was like, I saw this Starmer's message and Forgot. Maybe I will remember, then I look through the chat what I wanted to say. The draft was not voluntarily in World War II in America. Oh, I see. Like, it was not voluntarily, I think, till Vietnam War is over, but later on America changed the strategy that it's better not to have just unmotivated soldiers. It's better to create the military, the contract army military, which will be more powerful, especially in the technological development way. So they start to build more air carriers, they start to pay more, they provide social care for the soldiers. Everything of that is absent in Ukraine. Like, I mean, social care and the programs for PTSD syndrome and everything, like, it's absent. Every Ukrainian soldier who was wounded complains about the attitude from the government, from the medical service. Did you fly to Moscow? Were they all asshole? Yeah, I've flown to Moscow many of the times. Like, our airline was the daughter airline of the Russian one, UTER Ukraine it's called. So before the war in 2014, we flown to Moscow regularly. To Vnukovo airport I flown, the base for the Russian president, and by the time it was Medvedev. They could use plastic, but the bank shuts down from time to time. I can't believe that I'm paying $5 to talk to my friend Dennis. No, don't pay. I can talk to you. Like, don't need to pay me. We can talk like that. Just put your message to the chat. It just pumps out, and I see it in the super chat. That's it. But I can see you here. Was there firework in Moscow? I think yes. So the ground stuff on there. Oh, guys, in 10 minutes there will be the New Year in New York. $11. So that's for being live during New Year's. Yeah, anytime. I think he means that he paid subscriber. I see. Maybe you're watching The Hangover. No, he pays me like regular for the super chat. He paid like already maybe for 10 times or maybe more. Let's say I do sometimes to Charlie, because he reacts on super chat, so I pay him to interact. That's how some people, Astro for example, do with me. Dennis, you look tired. Yeah, it's a nighttime, like, or it's morning time. It's morning time already. It's almost 6 a.m. Now I need also to film the video, one more at least. Dennis, I think you may want to think about what the function can be with what Ukraine has, not what it's lost. What? Violet, sorry, I don't understand. Why do you censor your Telegram? What do you mean? Oh, now Russian channels. It's called Russian Aviation. They say that Russia lost 2 of the helicopters. On a video we have just 1, but Russians military channels said about 2. Dennis challenges my Satima. He forces it strong this time. Dennis, are you going to show the ball drop from Times Square, New York City? Yeah, we can. Where was it? Where was it? I was like keeping it open. Times Square Live.
For
I'm just searching for the possible variants. Maybe some SBS, CBS. Maybe some official Times Square, New York.
And Topher and Rocky, yeah.
amazing. Let's give everyone a happy
Oh,
new
they
year.
have
You
the
wanna do that?
count.
1, 2, 3. Happy New Year! Woo! Thank you. Yeah, nice to meet you.
I just go to take some beverages, maybe. And you will stay here, I hope. I'm gonna celebrate. I'll be right back. Nice. Beer. Oh, this is delicious. Okay. Yeah. Finally, we made it to the United States. All across the ocean, celebrating. Like, I started this live stream right after the New Year in United Kingdom, and here it's already the United States of America. They have 3 more time zones, so Texas, I think, is next, and California is the last, together with Alaska. Start drinking more booze, yeah. This is the alcohol beer already, and it's delicious. Like, how can alcohol change the entire taste of the beer? Here we have 4.8, and it's original beer, like from the local shop. Hey. Ah, 4 time zones. Oh, nice. Usually I don't drink, but today okay. I bought this non-alcohol beer, and it's terrible, really terrible. The worst non-alcohol beer or alcohol beer. Okay, the worst beer I've ever tasted. Cheers. Original Donkey P, yeah. Maybe drink and then drive for the beat to get it down. Yeah, sure. Especially now, then we have the fog here. Snow, slippery roads, and fog. What else could be better? Maybe drinking alcohol than driving. Non-alcoholic beer is gross for some reason, yeah. Especially this one. Like, I'm okay with, what was that beer? Like, Ukrainian non-alcohol beers, they're all good. But this one, well. I think I can go to the comments to write. Sorry. I was pressing the wrong button. Yeah, it's better to read the comments for me on the screen. What is BERT? I just Google BERT A10 on YouTube and you'll hear the sound. Airplane A10 BERT. It's how the gun sounds. Dennis, could you please explain why you don't like Zelensky? I mean, again, the same question. I mean, the men have done so much to get the West open their eyes and really did unite the Ukrainians, at least at the beginning of the war. Yeah, you're right. At the beginning, it was a different story, but he again played his role there. He continued to play it. I don't like him because he's like living in his bubble, PR bubble, and he acts according to his own needs. He wasn't prepared for the war, the main thing, and he didn't do anything for Russians not to occupy Ukraine at first. So everyone told him, there will be the war, there will be the war, there will be the war. He doesn't do anything. And during the war, he created this system, which has corruption, unjust system for army, incompetent army with no reforms. Everything of that goes from Zelensky's government. Happy New Year, Mikhail. Happy New Year. Greetings to Romania. That's why I already said it in one of the streams why I don't like Zelensky. I didn't like him at the very beginning, like even before the war, even before he became the president, because I understood that he's just populist. But many people didn't understand that. Didn't understand. But it's my like personal attitude. Again, we have many of the options, many of the opinions. I support my country, not President Zelensky. That's it. And believe me, there are many of the soldiers who do not support him. I mean, Ukrainian soldiers. At least whom I know, no one. What about Poroshenko? Well, at least he, like I'll show to it again. At least he prepared the defense lines over here. So it was the self-proclaimed Republic of LPR, DPR. So he built the trenches, defense lines, and so on. That's why for Russia it took lots of the time actually to get Avdiivka. You see how close it is to Republic, self-proclaimed. And Russians tried to get Avdiivka from the day one of the war, of the full-scale war. They didn't make it. Only the last year, in 2024, they did it. With tremendous efforts, like they wasted thousands and thousands of soldiers. Because Avdiivka was prepared before by the previous government. Here in the south, all of this area was occupied in a matter of 4 days. Mariupol was defended mainly by Azov. They are more or less independent. This way out from Crimea was mined. So there were mines before the war had started, full-scale war. Everything was cleared from the mines. Who did it? Zelensky doesn't tell. Counteroffensive. Lots of the losses, few territorial gains for the territory which was taken by Russians because of the neglectness, because of the no action done from Ukrainian government in a matter of days. Here, several months of the deadly fights, lots of the losses. Here, no fights. They even went to Kherson with no fights, Russians. For what reason? Why? What's the territory? This the area of this land. Let's check out with Romania. Like at least 1/3 of Romania. Slovakia, almost the same size. For what? Who gave this territory? So don't tell me why I hate, not hate, but I don't like Zelensky. He wasn't ready by the time he should be ready, absolutely. He bears the responsibility as the president, who is also in parallel a main commander who is in charge of Ukrainian army, basically. But he is like comedian. For him, funny videos was more interesting. And the previous president was more, I wouldn't say that he is like ideal or something, but at least he took his responsibility more serious. Who would replace Zelensky? I don't know. Maybe Zaluzhny. But does Ukraine have a better leader? For now, no. That's what Russians say. Do we have a better leader than Putin? I think there is the better leader. It's just not it's just he or she is just not famous. I respect your opinion. Thank you, Brad. It's my opinion. Like, as a citizen of Ukraine, I can say whatever I want about my president, about my government. It's the freedom of the information. But for that freedom in Ukraine, I wouldn't say so if I was in Ukraine, because I would be afraid for my own security. Zelensky only had 3 years to prepare. Only 3 years is huge term. And now there's 3 years of war. Poroshenko was in power like for 5 years, I think, yeah, 5 years. So he built the defense lines. Then the war was stopped. You may not agree with me, I understand that. Like, it's my opinion. Dennis, you're just like an American on opinions, yeah. Like, if you like the Zelensky, it's okay. Like, we have like, for me, it's absolutely like, Zelensky still represents Ukraine, right? In international politics, he asks for weaponry. He does some job, but everyone would do that job. Like, every leader would do the job as he does. The main thing was to prepare for the war, but Zelensky was popular at the beginning, but now among Ukrainians, but now no any longer. Oh yeah, this guy. Sometimes I have recommendations for Professor Gerd. This explains Ukraine, and he even has this banner, "I need ammunition, not a right." So it's the famous slogan by Zelensky. But it's the behavior of it's normal behavior. It's nothing like heroic here. Every president should act like that. Every president. I don't think that the previous president would run away, no. Or any sort of the other president. It's a conic word, but actually most of the Ukrainians stayed and they defended Ukraine. They wanted to defend Ukraine. They wanted to join military at the very beginning. So it's not just Zelensky who stayed there. It's all about everyone. I don't like to hear how Western leaders accuse Zelensky, for example, from the Trump's team. They don't have the right to do so, I think. I think that Zelensky, outside the world, or outside Ukraine, he represents Ukraine. And the attitude should be respectful. No matter who he is president. So I can tell whatever I want because I'm a Ukrainian citizen. But then some of the Western officials know how they post this video with the Times, how Trump kicks Zelensky out from being on the first page of Times, the people of the world, or something. And the Trump's son posted that this childish, it's stupid. It was really stupid. Because he represents, after all, the country. But I have my own attitude and I share it. I'm not the American official politician. Dennis, can I shout out my Ukrainian girlfriend, Alexandra? Yeah, Alexandra, hello. Happy New Year to you. But there is less corruption today than 3 years ago. You think so? I think not. Like, how can you measure corruption at first? And corruption is now with the Ukrainian military, unfortunately. With funds, with support. Luckily not with ammunition. I trust no politicians. Me either. I want Ukraine leaders to be called. No. Never go to politics. I would never ever go, even to the lower level. Like we have also, like parliament for the city parliament. Then goes the area like oblast parliament, and then the Ukrainian parliament. So never ever I would go even to the lowest rank parliament. No. My wife was there in her district, and she says it's crazy. My advice to Ukraine is don't listen to fellow Trump. Yeah, but he's elected president. He will be president. So what else can we do? Like, you need to have some dialogue with Trump. You cannot just hide from America, because Ukraine is very dependent on America, on the United States of America. So no options here. Bird Freedom sits for Liberty Dragon. Same day service. Yeah. The main reason, like also we were speaking about the conscription and why there are not many volunteers who would like to join the Ukrainian army. So the main reason is the attitude from the government. I think that if there was the attitude towards the soldiers, like in the United States, with social care, with everything, and they really do care about their soldiers, I guess, after all. Even on the front lines, they do care. And then there are some of the missions in Iraq, Afghanistan, so they take care about the safety. They don't look at you as on the resource. In Ukrainian army, it's human resource, that you can waste for useless attack or counterattack. And I think that if it was like that in Ukrainian army, like in America, many people would like to join that. Many people. That's why we have this A10. Because America is really the model of how the army should work. Technologically advanced army which takes care about its own soldiers. At least I think like that. I wanted to show it to you something, but I forgot what. Dennis, can you show us your expectations on the map in 20? Oh yeah, sure. So boom. Pokrovsk, in the beginning of 2025 there will be the big battle for it, and probably the destiny will be the same as for Avdiivka. So at first Russia, as they did here, they will encircle, advance, and Ukraine will be forced to leave the city, town. Or here is the city, I think already. It's a big mess. And here Russia has two of the options: to go to Dnipropetrovsk Oblast to the west, or advance to the north, where there are many of the settlements. Here you can see, probably I will show you this one. Just wait a little. We have the epic pen that I use. So they have two of the options: to go here, and here's the border of Dnipropetrovsk Oblast, or they might go to all of those villages, further to advance towards Kramatorsk and Slavyansk, which was previously occupied by Russia in 2014. But here Ukraine forms a defense line, which mainly consists of the settlements. So for Russia it will be very hard to penetrate those defense lines here. But their goal is obviously to, as they call it, liberate Donetsk Oblast, which goes over here, all across this area, with the main cities of Slavyansk, Kramatorsk, Drushkivka, which basically form one big long settlement. There's pretty much no distance between those urban areas, and urban fights those actually bring more losses, as usual. And for battle for Bakhmut, for example, Russia lost, or Wagner is better to say, lost roughly 25,000 soldiers. I wonder why the map is the server is still down, the deep state is down. Okay, I'll try to figure out what happened. Yeah, at least we have some of the picture, at least something we have. So yeah, Russia, for this and this, Russia would have to waste lots and lots of the soldiers, like maybe 50,000, maybe 100,000, but the losses will be significant. For this reason, maybe they will go bypassing everything of that to the west. So in this case, Ukraine will be forced to counterattack with this vector, against this vector of the Russian army advancement, not to let Russia to go to Dnipro. And at the same time, Ukraine will be forced to concentrate more soldiers in those settlements, because we don't know the plan for Russians. Maybe they'll turn and bypass this entire group. So Ukraine, actually, in case Russia advances towards the west, Ukraine will be forced to use more of the resources to protect it. But in case Russian advancement over here, Ukraine may go and attack from the flank and so on. So Ukraine has more options, actually, if Russia goes to the north. That's why I still think that the goal for Russia is to advance towards Pavlograd. Pavlograd is located here. It's not far from Mayskaya, the airfield I used to fly also, by the way. And there is why they might do so, because in this entire area there are just few, as you can see, just few of the settlements, and they are located not in these defense lines as here. They do not form the line, no, they're pretty much separate. And here it's not the populated area here as well, so they may advance fast across the fields. But for that they need good weather conditions, so I expect that they might do it in April, like they did with Avdiivka over here. They occupied it, started the occupation, I think, in March and ended by May. So they may do it over here very, very fast. So they may avoid losses, which they might face here, and occupy the vast territories. Also forcing Ukraine to get more of the resources to this region. For example, also leaving Kursk Oblast or something. Or at the same time, Russians might try to attack here. They might try to attack from Zaporizhia direction. So we'll see. But for sure, there will be the battle for Pokrovsk. Without Pokrovsk, for Russia, it will be impossible to advance westbound or northbound. This point is crucial. it's the decisive point for the entire Donetsk Oblast. And that's why it was really important from the very beginning. So Avdiivka was important not to let Russia to go Pokrovsk, and Pokrovsk was important not to let Russia to go towards Pavlograd and Dnipro or towards north. How Ukrainian military management thinks in this case, it is hard to tell, but we'll see. I think in the coming months, after the Battle of Pokrovsk is over, we'll see how it goes. And obviously Russians, they already occupied Kurakhove, they will close this gap, they will go through all of those fields, reaching even here. On the south, we have rumors that they may start the attack or not. It's hard to say. I will not comment about the southern front lines. In Chasiv Yar, we'll also see if they occupy the Chasiv Yar, and they will do it, yes. In the near future, they might also go, if they decide to go to the north, not to Dnipro. If they occupy Chasiv Yar, if they occupy Toretsk, if they occupy Pokrovsk, they create 3 of the vectors, and they may attack using their Klaus tactics. They may attack those villages, basically, main settlements. Maybe it was, or it is, their goal, because the fights are quite hard in all of those 3 points. So maybe their goal is not Dnipropetrovsk Oblast after all, but this entire region, kind of very populated area of the Donetsk Oblast. Again, I'm not the Russian general. I'm the guy reviewing the map, so just with some logic. So what they might do, but mainly they have 2 options, like after they occupy Pokrovsk, to advance here or to advance northbound. What they choose, we'll see. I would choose to go to Dnipro if I was a Russian general and continue to push here just with some limited forces, but the main job is here towards Dnipro, because that is how you may get more territories, that's how you may escalate, and that's how you may also force Ukraine to use more forces on the east and, to make it weaker. Also, they will attack here. Their goal is Kupiansk. Come on, map. Their goal is Kupiansk. They are already very close to that settlement, and Ukraine tries to counterattack, but it's just counterattack limited. And they want to occupy basically, at least from this distance, they want to occupy at least this part, which they lost during the Ukrainian counteroffensive in 2022. So that's their goal for 2025, as I see it, there are 3 major goals: to get rid of Ukrainian army in their own territory, to occupy Kharkiv Oblast till Oskil River, here to occupy Pokrovsk and partially occupy this territory, or to go to Dnipro. For how long, no one knows. So that's their major goal. About the south, we'll see. Maybe not, because Ukraine has, at this stage, yes, Ukraine is building the defense lines in Zaporizhia. So for Russia, it will be very, very, very hard to advance towards that city from the south. They may bypass it from this side. So we'll see. 3 major points, yeah? Kursk Oblast, this area near Pokrovsk, and then there are 2 of the ways, and this area till Oskil River. That's the goal for 2025, as I see it. But still, Russia has advantage over Ukraine, and they will act accordingly. Probably, guys, I will take this part, and I'll tell about it in my video today, which I will film today. I hope I will film today. Did you see it, or you haven't seen it? I just wonder. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, you saw it. Was it interesting? I don't know, for you to hear. Well, I tried to take the nuclear planned back? Ukrainians? No. I don't think so. Such a good beer. It was a long time since I drank the beer, and this is tasty. And this is Donkey's Pee, because I don't know why it tastes like that. Maybe because there's no alcohol. Trump's going to put an end to this. I'm laughing because I know the answer already. Trump is just one more politician who likes himself. That's it. He is unable to stop this war. It's the harsh. I would like him to stop this war actually, but no. And then people say like he will 100% do it. Trump is there for his political show, and it will be a big shit show in America for the next 4 years. At least I expect it to be like that. We'll see. Yeah, I understand I'm not the Trump supporter, but if you are, okay. I have nothing against you personally. But politicians, especially like Trump, they say more than they actually might do. It was a shit show, the first war. Trump will save America like Mount Everest saved Pompeii. Yeah. Trump will not invade Panama. That's just his. Yeah, it's just, his rhetorics. He wants to be popular, to hit the headlines all the time. All politicians, mainly like all of the politicians like that. Trump is just self-confident narcissist. That's it. Over self-confident. I think Putin is, I wouldn't say the same, but similar. He was over self-confident when he decided to occupy Ukraine. Irvin, greetings. As cause, yeah, every politician does that, mainly. Did you think that Joe Biden wanted to drop from the race? He was there, catching for his, future perspectives. And still, like, Washington Post came out with an article that Joe Biden is sad that he was forced to drop out from the elections. So power is the most powerful narcotics. Crack and everything of that is just nothing compared to the power. And once you have it, you want it again and more. That's why Trump also like it, and everyone. And Putin too. No matter what age you are, no matter. Seems like we are getting closer to the other New Year. Where it will be celebrated, the other New Year. What role will Oreshnik play in 2025? Will Oreshnik? Oreshnik is the missile which cannot find the information about Oreshnik. How? Maybe on YouTube. There was the video I saw recently.
On 21st November 2024, Russia fired a new type of missiles in Ukraine city Sumy. It appears to be a multiple warhead.
No, so it like it's not that video. How Oreshnik works. Shit.
This is the Oreshnik missile, a state-of-the-art weapon system launched from a massive 12 by 12 truck platform. It has been meticulously engineered with multiple stages, enabling it to reach orbit in a few minutes. But what sets it apart from all the rest? Well, this missile can hit hypersonic speed. Once it reaches this altitude, it transitions into a steep dive, accelerating to hypersonic speeds. During its descent, the missile's fairing opens to unveil 6 highly sophisticated warheads. Each warhead is equipped with miniature thrusters at its base. These thrusters enable the warheads to maneuver dynamically, even as they fall under the influence of gravity.
So you see the change here in the missile. So before the intercontinental ballistic missile drops those warheads, but here they installed engines which help this warhead to propel. At first it flies faster, and also it may maneuver.
It can change directions, making it almost impossible for the Patriot missile to hit its target, all in the video ahead. The missile design incorporates 3 distinct stages. The first stage consists of mobile thrusters, which help move the missile, and it is filled with solid fuel. Just above it is the second stage, followed by the third and final stage, which holds 6 warheads, each with their own engine. This design enables the missile to deliver a powerful payload over long distances with remarkable precision, weighing up to 50 tons at launch and carrying the warhead payload of 1.3 tons. The Oreshnik missile has a range of 4,000 to 6,000 kilometers. This is capable of hitting all over Europe. What's particularly fascinating is that this missile is equipped with a sophisticated MIRV, multiple independently target-able reentry vehicle system, capable of deploying approximately 6 warheads. These 6 re-entry vehicles are reportedly based on American designs. Although much of the technical information remains classified,
yeah, probably they took technologies like from the United States of America. They have their own spies. Yeah, so it's like that. So Oreshnik, by the way, the warheads that you saw, like those warheads, where they are, come on. So those warheads, let's say, those were just dummies. Just heavy or not heavy dummies, so it wasn't even a TNT explosion. So there should be some of them nuclear warhead for it to be really powerful weaponry. With just dummies, it can do just a limited damage, and the Russian Iskander missiles does more damage compared to the Russian Oreshnik. So mainly for now it's the propaganda weaponry. But indeed, it may bypass the air defense systems of Ukraine, hit the target quite precisely, but the damage it might cause is over-exaggerated by the Russian propaganda. But with a nuclear warhead, it really matters. So with a nuclear warhead, it detonates...
The video ahead.
It detonates somewhere above the ground level at some certain altitude to cause the most destruction with a shock wave. It's the usual principle of any sort of nuclear warhead to detonate somewhere over the ground. And here, yes, it plays a great role. But whether Russia could use it as nuclear weaponry, I don't think so. I don't think that Putin will use it as nuke. No. But in standard modification with just dummy warhead, it doesn't really hurt that much compared to other Russian systems which they use. Plus it also moves like Mach 13. Yeah, usually it's for standard ICBM it's Mach 10, so here with help of those engines it's like it's propelling like the bullet, so it increases its speed. If we speak about only the downside, the down trajectory of the missile, then it starts to descend. That's why because of this speed it's very hard to intercept it, almost impossible. Russia best engineering is reversed engineering. Yeah, as usual. Play some 810 videos. It's powered by vodka. Now it's better not to underestimate your enemy after all. Like, I'm not saying about respect to Russia, because they are hard to be respected, because some say you need to respect your enemy. No, but it's better not to underestimate those and what they can do. And then Jason Bourne, yeah. Does ESA have the same tradition with everyone ordering pizza on a New Year's Day? It is impossible to get delivery. Marcus. Alright guys, I think or should we celebrate one more New Year? Where it will be, tell me. Like one more New Year and I'm gonna finish the stream. Next New Year. Yeah, but where are you? 28 minutes from New Year. Chicago, New Orleans, Central USA. Texas? Indianapolis, Central Time Zone. Okay. I don't know, I don't see like kind of the interactive celebration. Dallas. Could it be Dallas? Like I'm searching. Texas. Crazy music. Some people watching this stuff. I don't know. Dallas celebration. Is Dallas in the central time zone? Like many people watching this stuff. One more ball. What do you say, guys? What's the last place to celebrate the new year? I don't know, Hawaii maybe, somewhere there. Thank you for all you do. Watch your time. Big step of money used. Matthew, thank you. I enjoy your videos, even as pro-Russian. What can I say? Thank you. Dennis, did you ever wanted to be a cosmonaut? Yeah, I wanted, but my health is not that great. There's Chicago and Dallas. I think Dallas or Chicago. Which should I choose? Like on Dallas, we have just. I heard the sound just on the right in my right ear. Chicago, New Year. Chicago countdown. They all have something like this, you know, animated shit. Someone is streaming.
They call people on WhatsApp. They try to live stream to Instagram.
So many people watching this. All right.
People will line the Chicago
This is
River
just a video. This is animation. Maybe Dallas after all. But here we don't have the countdown itself. Still have some time to find. It's not that interactive as it was in New York. New York Square. Bah. It's hard to find something on YouTube. Okay, I'll put this house, I don't know. Go to take one more beer. What else can I do, right? From ABC News, are you sure? ABC. I don't see it. Like, we have Dallas, but we have the sound just from one side, and there will be no countdown itself, I think. Mexico City. But again, maybe on the screen we'll see countdown. I don't know. Well, Mexico is an interesting option, yeah. But they have just a limited. Like, can we see it here? Will they count down it? Okay, I'll see. But now I have the Belgian bear, Stella Artois. Winnipeg is Central Time. Yeah. Maybe we can go for it. Winnipeg. Here is no one understands. Las Vegas.
Same crew with Black Panther.
But Las Vegas is further to the west. Winnipeg, they don't say anything. Associated Press goes live from Mexico. Dallas. I don't know. Still have 4 minutes to search. So the most famous is New York, yeah? CNN News from Mexico. Yeah, they really celebrate that hard. So maybe Mexico after all. We were in the United States, so Mexico could be an option. Just want to make sure that I'm on time. Yeah. I hope it is live. Yeah. About logo of hockey team. Dennis, you still awake? In 8 hours this morning here in Athens, Greece. Yeah, Greece. Still awake. It's the usual stuff for me. Who is there? Guy in a suit. Security. In a black suit. Sounds nice. Smells nice. Click on YouTube, click live. Oh boy, I heard Trump is live. Where? Can we search for Mr. Trump or President Trump? How to call him? Will they count now? I hope they will. Like so many people watching this. Mexico and your live fireworks in Mexico City. They don't have the countdown. I hope on those displays they'll have it. Like 1 minute left. Shit. I think they don't have it. There's another option. Well, I'm just gonna switch like 40, 41 seconds, 40. Yeah, they don't have the countdown, so we're just gonna switch them off and we're gonna just wait for the new year. According to the time, it's terrible. So, Texas, Mexico, Chicago, Dallas, Auckland, Wellington, Nuku'alofa, Pia. So yeah. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year. Not as bright as in New York, but nevertheless, you got the idea. Terrible. Yeah, I know. I know that it was terrible, but I couldn't find anything. Sorry. Sorry. No. Yeah, it wasn't really entertaining, like. Yeah, it's 0, 0, 0, 0. AI will save us. Yeah. Oh. So guys, yeah, the new year, like for me the new year is the point where I think about how to spend the next year more profitably for life being. Like what goals should I put to achieve them the next year? That's the only thing that the new year matters. Okay, for example, after new year I want to study something, or I want to film something, as in my case, or solve some issue that I have. So that's just a count, you know. You should restream this next year, Dennis. No. This was the time, they're now 7? Yeah, 7:02 already. Happy New Year, America! Yeah. Not all America, but it's getting to all America. They don't like drop with their balls like in New York. I think we saw the ball in Dallas. Central Time countdown. That's Dallas, for example. But all right, the ball in New York, the thing with the ball that because from what I understood, and read that fireworks are forbidden in the Times Square. So they came out with this idea for a ball. But here you have all together ball, fireworks. So Dallas rules. This is the strong breathing time for Mexico. Shit. Your comments sometimes are interesting. Not possible, Judge. We're not born there. This is excellent fit for it. Was pretty decent. This going. Only 4 more American time zones. Still 4 time zones to go in USA. Mountain, Pacific, Alaska, and Hawaii. Guys, I'm not that strong. Manitoba, yeah. Australia had a great fireworks show, Sydney. This is also nice. In Dallas, I like it. Not huge, but nice to have the ball. The idea of the ball ruined with fireworks. Like it was the idea for the ball to be in New York, as I told you, because you cannot use fireworks, but here you can burn it. So that's really New York has no balls. Yeah, they have one ball. They don't have balls. They have solo ball. I'm in the West, so it's just ate a burrito. If you fly, if you just ate burrito and you fly, don't make a chemtrails. Chemtrails. Texas, baby, yeah, hell yeah. Tennessee Sneak is sponsored by Stella Beer. Yeah, Stella Artois. I remember it was one of the first foreign-made beers appeared in Ukraine, like massively. Stella Artois. I think it's made from rice. Yeah, lots of them out of rice. Too many fireworks, I guess, for this small bowl, but it's nice. It's quite a smoke, yeah. Still nothing compared against Russian teeth. Still is a nice beer, actually. At least what they sell here, it's good. Tasty, but this one, the local beer, is more interesting. How about some Becks? Becks? I don't know if they sell it here. I remember one of the first times I drank the foreign beer, like really foreign beer made in Czech Republic, is that I ordered some of the cans. My friend brought me those, and I jumped with a parachute for the first time in my life, and I took the can of the beer over here. I jumped, it was a successful jump, and then near to the parachute I opened the beer and drank it. Fantastic. I was 18 by the time. In Ukraine you can't drink when you're 18 years old. It's not like in America. Czech beer the best, yeah, I agree. Russian fireworks the best. Yeah. I jumped with parachutes 3 of the times. All from Antonov too. Finished? I think it was so. Oh no, they continue. Wow. Oh, we have some of the bad news. Like Russians hit one of the buildings in Kiev. What kind of the building? Ah, residential building. Shit. Pechersk is the central part of Kiev. So yeah, Russia launched like 30 of the drones today, and one of those hit civilian infrastructure. It's the reality of Ukraine. It's how people live in New Year, even it's not calm. Hope it will be over someday. It's fantastic beer story days. Yeah, it was great. The feeling that you feel adrenaline and relief with the beer, it's awesome. Yeah, everything is good. Texas people, I think Austin has Dallas beat for this. Oh. But Dallas is great. Like I like this show. This is the Reunion Tower. Oh. Ukraine shut down 3 of the major airports in Moscow. Oh, you mean they again introduced their carpet plan? Wow. The ball is on fire, really. See, we have the comment. Xenophobic Texasians forget that Texas is Spain. Spanish for friends, allies. Okay. Whatever. Oh, over. Nice. Yeah, Dallas was interesting. Oh, they have the lights. They write something. But it's similar to guessing the name of the heavy metal, sorry, death metal band. I don't see a thing. Like that. Greetings to Australia. Oh, it was noisy. Yeah, I'm gonna chill a little, like for maybe a couple more minutes, and we'll see. Nick, thank you. Happy New Year to USA. We have already 30,000 views for the live stream. It's awesome. Happy beer, yeah. Happy New Year from Seoul. Denver up next. Oh, Denver is awesome. I like the city. Not sure if I can make it for 1 hour more. Or almost 1 hour. Said you saying the light on the ball. Vegas also. Okay. Have friend who lives in Vegas also. Also have one friend who lives in Denver. Then it says eating pizza on New Year Day is a huge tradition in Ukraine. No. It's a huge deal here in Sweden with kebab, pizza. Okay, with most popular ones. Okay. We have the tradition to cook for New Year. Salads, some chicken, goose, duck. Also, yeah, you basically put everything you have on the table, like, and all of the dishes are very delicious. Olivier, it's called salad Olivier, kind of popular. With the crab sticks as well. So we put everything. Horilka also. Yeah, it's nice tradition. But fast food like pizza or hamburgers, no, never. Usually, like, fast food is popular, then you're busy to cook, or you want to chill, you order pizza, sushi, especially sushi. It's more popular in Ukraine than pizza, I think, for ordering home. So with sushi, and I also, before I didn't like sushi, but now I like. In Ukraine, sushi is nice. They're well done. In Europe, it depends on the restaurant. Ukrainian food is the best. Yeah, Ukrainian food, it looks like partially like German, partially like Hungarian, partially like Polish. Like, you can, but I also like some of the Russian kitchen, apparently. I like pelmeni. So Ukrainian vareniki, I also like, but pelmeni more. Russian pelmeni. It's like the wheat with the meat. Vareniki, I just don't like the shape. For pelmeni, the round shape I like more. That's it. It's like ravioli. I think that ravioli and pelmeni, it's almost the same. But I like vareniki with vishnya, with cherry. Vareniki is vishnya. It's awesome. It's a Ukrainian traditional. And what's about American food? Like, do you have the American national food? Like, everyone says hamburgers, but do you really have like traditional American food? Macaroni, yeah. Macaroni, it's boiled spaghetti, something like that. Noodles, also we have it there. Dennis smile, yeah. But what's about American traditional food? Like, we have European cuisine, it's kind of rich of dishes, but what's about American? Do we have like some really American dish? Or you use like other nations, like international foods all around? Is there really original American food? Fried chicken. Okay. Cajun, cum shoulder. Okay. Every family is different, I think, in America. Okay. America has barbecue. Oh, yeah, barbecue is the famous one. Just barbecue, hot dogs. Yeah. Yeah, barbecue is very popular and now popular in Europe. Yeah, how could I forget about barbecue? Yeah, we can speak about lots of the stuff here, not just about Ukraine. Turkey Day, yeah, you eat turkey on a Turkey Day. Awesome. Then I used to fly in Indonesia. There were many of the American guys, and the one my mate Tom, I lost his contact, but he's a nice guy, great guy. He is always very friendly, was very friendly with me, and we used to live not far away from each other. He's like that classical American gentleman. And he used to cook a lot, and he invited our family for many of the occasions, and he really put his chef clothes and started to cook also sushi, hamburgers, barbecue, sausages. For any sort of the occasion, it was actually fun. It was really tasty also at the same time. And I really like to chat with him. Tom was by the time the captain on Sergei 1000. He really liked Indonesia. Yeah, obviously he likes the United States because he is American. But he has a Filipinian wife from Philippines, and they also have the daughter. She was older than my daughter by the time, so they didn't communicate. But he liked to fly in Indonesia because, it gives more freedom, he says, more interesting. And I think for the Sergei pilot in America, if you want to fly, I think you'll have less payment, less salary than in Indonesia as an expat. So it was a fun time, really. And I look back, it was like the time then you didn't think about anything. You just fly, and now it's, now I think about everything. Dennis, will we go back flying? Yeah, just if something goes wrong with my YouTube channel, I go back flying. Tom probably watches you, I hope. Cheers, Tom, if you watch me. He's a nice guy. There were several of the Americans. All of them were flying Sergeis. I think they all started from American Airlines or Eagle Airlines. They called the daughter company of the American Airlines. They have Sergeis there. They all went to Indonesia. I know 4 of the Americans flown there. One of the guys, I don't want to say his name here because he might be also watching me. He did kind of the strange stuff. He left Indonesia in the middle of the contract, he just disappeared. It's wrong thing to do, I think. If you sign the contract, you need to obey. I signed the contract with Garuda Indonesia, and it was for 2 years, but I understood that they don't want to prolong it, to extend it, because they already trained their own captains for ATR. I used to fly ATR by the time. And I found a job in Ukraine International Airlines. They were really hiring by the time, and I passed the interview, and I say to my Indonesian airline, I don't want to stay here after 2 years, but I need to get employment right now, just 3 months before my contract is over. How can I deal with it? And there you have I think 1 month's period notice. And I noticed them, and I also returned all of the funds they put in my training, and it was $10,000. So I didn't run, I didn't escape as expats did before me, so I paid everything, and I think it's better thing to do. I think it's better to say if you don't like it, it doesn't mean that you, so don't sign the contract, right, if you don't like it. So the guy there, I don't want to say his name, he just escaped, he finished his flight and then he went to United States, and that's it. He called, I don't fly there any longer, so that's it. That's my notice. And the airline was really disappointed with that. He disappeared. There was one more story, the pilot was not from the United States, but from some of the South American country, not the Uruguay, but some country. He was also flying Sergei 1000, and he got some of them, close contact with one of the flight attendants, and they make up together, and that captain, he got his wife as well. He got his family in South America, but he didn't bring them to Indonesia, so it was like his second wife in Indonesia, but without marriage certificate, right? So there were meetings, there were some of the stuff, and that lady, Indonesian girl, he really wanted to break up his old family to start a new family with him in Indonesia, but that guy, he didn't want to do it. And then he realized that, okay, that girl has way bigger plans for me. He decided to say to her that, okay, you're just my lover, but, and she didn't understand that, and she took all of her, like, Indonesia is a Muslim country. Muslim, doesn't matter. So she took all of her brothers, fathers, relatives to the head office of Garuda Indonesia, and she demanded like that pilot to pay for everything. Like, he just screwed me here. He promised me the marriage and so on, and it was a big trouble for the pilot, and then he understood that. He just also disappeared. So it's better not to have those romance stuff with flight attendants, especially in Garuda. For Lion Air, there is the other story, also Indonesian airline. I have my friend flying there. Well, not in Lion Air itself, but there is the daughter company. It's called Wings Air, and they fly ATRs. And my mate, he was flying there, also from Ukraine. And the airline openly said to him, okay, how can you fly more and more and more and more? Because it's the low-cost airline, and sometimes they fly like 8 flights per day. Imagine flying 8 freaking flights per day. Yes, they're quite short, like not more than 1 hour and a half, but still 8 flights per day. Like for me, 6 was, wow, 6 flights, it's too much. But Wings Air, 8 flights. And they say to him, like, no, if you want to fly more, we can, if you like that girl, for example, flight attendant, we can plan you all the time with her, and you'll fly. Just give us more money and we'll pay you. So it's crazy how the things work differently in Indonesia. So the only airline from Indonesia that really follows the regulations is Garuda Indonesia. So if you fly to Indonesia, I recommend Garuda, because Lion Air, I heard many of the stories. Like pilots have white logbook and black logbook. In black logbook, they put real flight time they have, and they fly a lot for the payment. But in white logbook, they pay everything according to regulations. It's still there. Well, maybe it's not yet already there, because I was flying the last time there in 2017, so a long time ago. Like how many years already? 7 years. 7 years I was flying. And I was young by the time. I was 28 years old. Fuck. Then I signed the contract. I was 28. Then I quit. I was 30, so 2 years. And I consider myself young. But now, fuck, I'll be, in a few months I will be 38. Crazy how time flies. So yeah, it was fun actually to fly there. So many stories to tell. Some of them I cannot tell. Yeah, it was interesting. Like Indonesia, and the time there, it slowed down. Like I spent there 2 years, but I remember it like total different life, Like it was 10 years at least. So many things happen. And yeah, it's crazy. But now time, like, you do all the stuff again and again, the same stuff. Like I'm here recording the videos and everything, and time flies like this. Every day is the same day. Every day is the same day. You check the news, you make the videos. You check the news, you make the videos. Like, and I cannot go for traveling. I cannot leave my job that I do on YouTube because every day I need to work. So yeah, sometimes I go to fly in France. You notice on the videos with a different background, but I hope I'll fly there this year. I just hope, like at least 1 week. So I'm very, 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 very restricted with my time. Yeah, it was fun. Sorry guys, I messed up not putting attention on your comments. Could be interesting to hear. Can pilots fly 12 hours a day? Yeah, even 14 hours a day, yeah, for the extended time period. I wish I was 32. I'm 50, yeah. So Adam, you're 50, and you probably remember some of the event happening in your life when you was roughly 30 with something years old. And I think you may agree with me that it feels like it was yesterday. I feel like the more older I get, the faster the time flies. There was even the conspiracy theory that time expedited dramatically. Like we live not in a 24 hours time, but in like 14 hours time. I remember the Cold War. Yeah, nice. Do you guys nap or on long flights? Yeah, it's called a controlled sleep. So one stays awake by the time the other sleeps. But you have the time for it. It's just horizontal flight, and before 40 in my airline, 40 minutes before the briefing for descent, you need to wake up. Not always works, but it works. I remember seeing the Berlin Wall come down. I was 10. Wow. I was 4 years old, then the Soviet Union collapsed. I don't remember a thing about the Soviet Union. I just remember the post-Soviet time, then people struggle with everything. So after all, in the Soviet Union, in like 80s, people used to live better than in 90s. Yeah, every like time period is then like the country changes completely. It's difficult. It was a huge collapse, and and that's why now we see the drop in population in Ukraine, for example, and also in Russia, between 18 and 25 years old, like up to 30 years old, because people didn't want to give the birth because of the very terrible conditions. Did you ever fly a military aircraft? No. Yeah, I've flown Antonov 26. You may consider it as a military aircraft, but it is also at the same time a civilian one. It was my first CPL aircraft, cargo aircraft, and yeah, it is a military one also. But it's not the attack airplane like you may see here. It's not the fighter jet. It's just transport. By the way, if you didn't know, there is the American Antonov 126. USA Army. Maybe Air Force. Antonov 26. I think you can see it. So this is the airplane I used to fly. It is roughly 24 tons. turboprop, Soviet made, actually made in Ukraine, and this is a registration November 5057 Echo, working for the United States Air Force. Is it also in the United States? No, it's Slovak. It's Slovak. Also United Nations. By the way, the airline where I've flown was working. Oh yeah, that's the same airline I was working for. The same airplane I was flying. Eket Lima Delta. Nice. In Urga Airlines I used to fly it. Nice. It's a good old boy. I've flown this one between Istanbul and Greece, between Istanbul and Athens. We delivered some of the mail from Greece to Turkey. Yeah, two of the countries which has some of the strange relation, but we flown between those two countries. And that was my training program. Ekalima Delta. Awesome. So then they go for the contract for United Nations. They put those symbols, but so they are usually white in Urga Airlines, just to put those signs and fly the contracts in Africa. But if they have some job in Europe, they also fly in Europe. You just remove those signs and that's it. Very easy to do. And yeah, this is a Ukrainian registration. This is some sort of the local registration they have. Nice. Awesome. Didn't expect to find this airplane. The difference for this one that it has the integrated GPS system and advanced navigation system, which include already TCAS, so everything in one screen. You don't have the separate weather radar, weather screen, it's better to say, for Groza station, the Soviet-made very terrible one. So here you have the Ukrainian developed avionics, let's say, for navigation screen. It's awesome. And GPS was also the best one on this particular airplane. Urga, awesome. Unfortunately, Russians bombed the base of Urga Airlines, which is located in Kropivnitsky, the same place where I studied before. To be a pilot. I like the tail of this one, yeah. Героям слава, William, thank you. What's your favorite plane of all time? I don't know. It's hard to say. I like this one, I like that one. Some say Concorde, yes, I also like it. But I don't know, honestly. I don't have any sort of the favorite airplane. From the Second World War, I like Mustang. Then the second place goes for Messerschmitt. Then the third place goes for Yak-3, Soviet-made. The fourth goes for Spitfire. Modern, like era, 40 years ago, I like F-16 and I like this one. Modern day era, I like F-35. Like everyone likes it, I guess. If I speak about military. Commercial airplanes, turboprop. Maybe Antonov 26 because I've flown it. Also Tupolev 11.4, so 114. It looks great actually. It's made out of the military aircraft, but it's great. What else? Like Boeings, they all look great. That's all. Like Boeings, I like they look, but if for the pilot job, if I would need to choose between Boeing's and Airbus, I would choose Airbus because it's more comfortable. That's it. But as a plane, I like Boeing. But for the pilot job, Airbus. You just don't have anything to do there. I mean, you don't have lots of the switches and so on, so you basically focused on the job you need to do. Because the automatic systems there, they work pretty much for you. They make your life better. You're less tired than you fly Airbus. That's what pilots say. And that's what I see as it is. Because I used to fly ATR, which is basically turboprop Airbus. And I see that even ATR is, from the technological perspective, is better than Boeing 737, for example, more advanced. But at the same time, you see how Embraer, if it loses the hydraulic system, as happened in Azerbaijani case, it just falls down with no controls. But in Boeing, you can fly. So Boeings are really robust. A10 is awesome. Yeah, I like this plane. And I think it's better than Sukhoi 25. The only thing I know about planes is how to jump out of C-130. Awesome, Frederick. At least you know how to do it. FedEx flies ATR 4272 here for regional flights. Yeah. Hi Dennis, I'm first time online here. Happy New Year. Jean Zhu. Happy New Year. Lockheed Martin AC-130. Yeah, nice. Awesome. Does ATR have redundant controls like secondary hydraulic systems? You don't have hydraulics on ATR for flight controls. Just maybe for the rudder, as far as I remember. I used to fly it a long time ago. Astro, I am bailing out before midnight in California. Love to you all. Dennis, I love you most for being so curious and telling us. Thank you, Astro. Thank you for your kind support. Thanks for your support today. You're just awesome. Hope you're doing great. I got to see A-10 demonstration team in June at USA Air Force Base near to me. In the last year, same time, so I was glad to get the opportunity. Awesome. Like P38 is also, P38 is great. Purely on looks, yeah. It looks great. Twin engine fighter jet. And very, very, very powerful. Alright guys, I think it's all for today. Sorry. I still need to find some strength to film the video on the channel. I hope that I will do it today. It was a pleasure to meet you. And as always, I wish you all a peaceful sky wherever you are and have a great time.